Jajan! Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the pet. I forget the music is very spooky in the main screen. Welcome back to Paranormasight. It's been a hot minute since we last played it. I feel no matter what we're playing, any stream, it's like, oh, it's been a while, but hopefully that changes. We got our first ending last time, which was a tragedy, but on the other hand, as soon as you get that first ending, apparently you're now able to get all of the others, because there's like 4 or 5 to the game from what I found out. But I think we're still missing a good bit of information to try and fix stuff. So we're gonna jump into Yumiko's thingy, because she's already in Kamishima, and with these two, we're still not actually at the part where they arrive in Kamishima, and I want to try and not have my voice immediately go because of those two. Yumiko and her partner learn about the threat of the curse of the raging waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. Ah, this is the one that we saw in the very first stream, I think, where they passed by and were like, oh, we want to go to the house. And the freaking travel ad, for real. For real. It's funny though, because just earlier I saw a post on Twitter, because like on the actual island, apparently they have like big cutouts of the character, and Sato's cutout is really fucking tall. I mean, she is tall. And she was standing in someone's window, and it's like, oh, imagine you go down the street and you see someone. You think, oh, okay, and it's just this character from the game. Very funny. You love this one? Me too. I'm very happy. August 6th. Ugh, yeah. Good lengths without set shelter. Yeah, fair. I mean, to be fair, I'm glad I don't have a set schedule, because I wouldn't have been able to adhere to it anyway. Because, frankly, my body is just hating me at this point. I don't know what happened yesterday exactly. That was horrendous. But I'm feeling better today, so we're doing something at least. The Wakamoto residence is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think. Wow, why is she red? Got it. Take care then. Ma'am? Is something the matter? Yeah. No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. Why is she red? She's red for an amazing reason. I don't like this guy. No, let me get this straight. You're with the police. Oh, right. Right, he's not gonna believe a single thing they say, is he? And you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way and get them ready to face it? That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand. This is about the curse of the raging waves. Way ahead of you there. I've been warning him for ages. Well now, you know about the curse. Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it? That's right. Unlike your phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's here the real deal. My instructor's the real deal. In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted. No, it hasn't got that far yet, but it's not for lack of trying. Why, you saying you know a way to break it? Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it? You guys need the map? But okay. A mummified mermaid? What are you on about? Some kind of ruse. I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it. I assure you we wish only to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts? A likely story. Trying to pull one over an old pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? But then you have tried. That's a lot of O's. Hostess, I'm not telling you another word. We're done here, understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I've got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace. Well, that is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. I love this face on him. Like, yeah. This is the most wet puppy face anyone has in this specific entry. Wakamura? Yeah. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be as interested in breaking the curse of the raging waves as we are. True, and this sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. Wish I thought to ask their name. No, I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh, really? Mr. Yamashima called them a big shot who's appeared on television, and I recognized the mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gam Yodo. Unfortunately, I have no recollection of who that is supposed to be. Gam Yodo? Never heard of them. No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, so they always had their face on camera. Sorry, it's not ringing any bells. Well, lately they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. The parts have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Gamyoda's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult room. Huh. I've forgotten about that list. While the sunrise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I'm more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. They're not a playable character, I guess. Profiles! Sogen Gamyodo, sorcerer, years old. A mysterious sorcerer, although said to possess exceptional supernatural abilities, they have revealed nothing of their true identity, both their age and gender are unknown. Sogen Gamyodo was previously most known for the prominent media presence with numerous appearances both in television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghost photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. The unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It is rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies or conversely exercise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of the companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered little better than a fraud, leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change in course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity, purpose, and the true extent of their power. Well, you gotta live. You gotta make a living somehow, I guess. Oh, you're the girl who showed us away earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd Rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year mortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. The shock look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private. The southern coast. How is that more private? So in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamuda took you in. And that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that? Not even why you became immortal? No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. But you don't know when or why. No. So you've only recently woken up and you have no idea where you were or what you were doing before that? Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in a kind of deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it. Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one just to make sure we're on the same page? Okay. Oh? Just making sure there's no stickers we're missing out on. Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least. I think so. What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It is not a widely known concept. You must have been in a unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep. Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that's what they were called. But I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was. Maybe you remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. I guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. We'll go way down the list till we get a hit. Oh boy. Well. Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is... You're with the police! Wow, I never would have guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least that's the impression I got from watching TV. To be fair, the majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government. Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution. Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow? Huh? Oh. I explained all that without even thinking. It just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo. Hello, Fite. I'm good. How are you doing? And it seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them. Yay! Bureau of Onmyo. The Bureau of... Oh my god. Bureau of Onmyo was one of the government offices under the Ritsuryo system, existing from the Asuka period through the early Meiji era. Based on the practice of Onmyo, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars and management of time systems, and the divination of auspicious or harmful events. However, it is also said that it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyo affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit ones possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some areas, their influence was even great enough to sway the very cause of the nation, and their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were also formally inducted as onmyoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The cure and treatment of spiritual phenomena as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Onmyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on the principles of science and technology as the new framework for the nation. Over time, state involvement in spiritual matters gradually came to be seen as taboo. However, psychics continued their work to maintain public order behind the scenes, passing this torch down through successive generations until the establishment of the new police act in the latter half of the Showa period, whereupon the work eventually came to form the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Aha! You playing Monhan Stories 3? Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy it. I've yet to play the other two. First, maybe, at some point. But I've seen people make characters in Monster Hunter 3 and they look so pretty. I love the art style. Okay, what else? So anyway, what are a couple of paranormal officials doing on Kamishima? Working a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and, wherever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot. Wait, does that mean something's happened here? You don't know, huh? No, what? It sounds like we better fill you in a bit first. Oh, you know, there's, people showing up dead, half turned into fish. We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are priority. 2? Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The curse of the raging waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima. The curse of the raging waves. That's right. Ever heard of it? No, never. That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, the situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case... right, you mentioned there were 2? We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year mortals we find. What do you mean, deal with? It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost. What? For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However... No! Okay. Well, to be fair, that's to be expected. If you tell her, like, oh, we have to deal with people like you, I would also try and run away. You just let me go. Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry. Wait, really? Surprised? But you should know better than anyone why that would be. You might be an 800-year immortal, but your time's nearly up. These eyes never lie. Satoshi Nanami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world, am I right? Oh no! So it's been quite a few 100 years then, that she was stuck at the bottom of the sea, maybe? 800 years is a long time. Yes, that's exactly as you say. I think I've only got 2 days left now. Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island even so? I mean, yeah, she was awake a couple times in between, but even so... I imagine she was, like, asleep somewhere for longer than she was awake. If she's already almost at the end of 800 years? Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Well, no, you know, I am prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you fade away and that will be that. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word, you're free to go. I can, and I will, thank you. Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be. Another matter? Yes, there's a few more things we have to talk about. Oh my god. But first, before I forget. Yes? Keep our meeting today a secret, and don't let on to anyone that you know about the curse of the raging waves. Okay. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Okamoto tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figure that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. Yeah. Okay. By the way, I was wondering, how did you know I was an 800-year immortal? Oh, that. These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability. A special ability? If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you. Really? Not only that, but it turns out with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Oh! Is that so? Oh, I just meant, you look the same as anyone else to me. I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all this. Huh. I really want to know what that is on her neck. Because it looks like a burn, in my opinion. I want to know if that's going to be relevant at any point. Oh, okay. No, that's the same thing. Okay. What else? Right now we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Ah, see? We get a right, we have a Kiryu in this game as well. Kiryu is in every game I'm playing. I should mention, this is something I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. Right. Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor. Taishima. However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm. I see. 400 years ago, so this would have been toward the end of the Sengoku period, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Honnoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado, sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves. An onmyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado. Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Harukage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. Ah, so he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha. Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries. Wait, you mean... Yeah, this was the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken. Isn't that really bad? For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment. Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again, is that it? Not seal it, break it. We had to put an end to this curse for good. Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. It's rough for budgie. Indeed, that seems to have been Harukage's plan, for legend tells that he left behind instructions detailing how the curse could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost. Oh no! No, you just haven't met the guy who has it yet. You just haven't met the guy who has it. Ah! Interesting. Oh no. It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer. But if you don't have the map, then what are you gonna do? Well, we were hoping to find some clues as to the map's whereabouts here in Kamishima. But we had no luck so far, and I reckon we've hit a dead end. I see. That's unfortunate. Apparently, Bakamuta's been trying to find a way to end the curse of the raging waves himself. He told us he'd already warned the islanders about the impending danger and refused to have anything more to do with us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I just hope that'll be the end of it, but this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway. I like that she's no qualms about being like, oh yeah, I make other people do the hard work. Okay. Okay, more talking about Sato then, I guess. Listen, I don't know. I don't know how to make the subtitles understand me better. Like, I'm already happy it's somewhat accurate, even if not all the time. Oh, actually talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an onmyoji who put me to sleep using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death. Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. There must have been a good reason for it. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say? Well, I guess about 3 months ago when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off. From when you woke up then, I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if a state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in a sea depth, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over? Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. Oh god! I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, and came back over and over again. It was horrible, and I still remember it, every last second. Jeez, I'm sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. Ah, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we are aware, just because they're mortal doesn't mean they can't feel pain. Oh, that's horrible. I lost count of how many times I died down there. Then finally I came to in Kamishima Bay. Mr. Bakamuna found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal. Well, Mr. Bakamuna has. You sure about that, are you? No one else knows? Huh? Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. If your lifespan is nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. Yeah, sorry, I... Don't apologize. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say so though, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see, 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei War took place. Of course, the Heike! Again, of course! Exactly. Don't you think there might be a connection? The Heike! Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heike, would you? The Heike? Why do you ask? This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we got reason to believe that someone out there is using the curse of the Heike to commit murder. Curse of the Heike? Did you hear about the skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, we suspect the curse of the Heike may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Onmyo, the timing matches up perfectly. I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment. Really? Shoot.
I would have been too easy.
On that note, I too have noticed potential correlation. There's a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality. Actually, I'm pretty familiar with the legend myself, and those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that could make anyone immortal. Oh, is that so? But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Without the use of a relic called the tamatebako. Now, does that
ring any bells?
Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh in the tamate... Ah! Oh? Have you remembered something? Yes, that's it. It was one of the Heike. Aha! The man, wearing a suit of armor, we were on a boat. And he had the tamatebako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it. A warrior in armor, could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heike as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh? Yes, I remember now. What was his name? Do you remember that too? I think it was Tomo something? Tomoshige. That's it. The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige. Taira no Tomoshige. That's the name of Taira no Yorimori's sons. Of one of Yorimori's sons. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much, aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage. History has not seen fit to record his dates, whatever they may have been. Apparently, forcing someone to eat mermaid flesh. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think you actually knew one of the Heike. You mentioned you were in a boat. Do you recall anything else? I think we were being chased. I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heike were being pursued by the full might of the Genji's forces. I was struck by an error, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I'd already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped. What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too? I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that. If you remember, ma'am, that cursed echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death. Creating the curse of the Heike, it is a distinct possibility. This curse sounds terrifying. Oh yeah! Yeah, don't worry, you will get hit by it. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries. Not by choice. Poor girl. Anyway, I get the feeling this Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this course of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time? It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear. You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you? Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then. Oh man. However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heike at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever they may be. Another unknown, huh? Curse of Tomoshige. A curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment that lingered after the fall of the Taira clan. It kills an individual who meets the conditions by cleaving them in two. Yeah, we've seen that happen. What else? By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? No, It's fine, I'll not pry, just so long as you answer my questions. Okay. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed.
Ayaki there, welcome in.
Hope you find them soon. Okay. What else? There's something I'd like you to try and remember for me. Me, but... Yumeme, doesn't the story behind the curse of the raging waves ring any bells?
And thank you for the hat.
Why should it? The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal two away the curse of the raging waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Satoshi Nanami? What? You said yourself that it was an Onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who has held back the curse for the past 400 years? Oh man, Oh. You're right, that was me. I knew it. I'm sorry, I can't. No more. I can't do this anymore. What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself. I mean, I don't think suddenly remembering that you were forced to, you know, be a human sacrifice is a nice memory to relive. Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would still have been active.
40 stream streak, nice. Congrats.
Well, but there's a limit to how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? In a sense. I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just need to find the right trigger. Don't be so mean to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. Took me a second to get over the shock. Well, seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money. But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. Guess not. I wish I could have been more help. I think she's already of great help. Does this mean the sea broke because I woke up? We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way round. The sea may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault. Don't you go blaming yourself for any of this. Still, if I hadn't... Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Sodo, isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am. There's something else I'd like to ask you. Be my guest. How exactly do you deal with 800-year mortals? You sure you want to know? Huh? Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it. I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality. Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone, you know? But then, what else can you do? You tell her, Sodo. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with. What do you mean? Among the odds, psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days. Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me? Essentially, yes, except that in your case it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end. Thanks. Mind you, neither I nor Soda has ever actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. That's crazy. And inhumane. Of course, there have been 800-year mortals who sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. Anything else? Oh, no? No? Guess more about the raging waves then. So any chance you've remembered something about the curse of the raging waves? Did the Onmyoji Haruka Getsuchi Mikado happen to tell you how it could be lifted? I'm sorry, all that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all, what kind of person he was, or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. That's all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse. I will. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you. Yes? No, I'm not certain about this, but I get the feeling that there's another 800-year mortal on Kamishima right now. Huh? What? Any idea who it might be? No, I don't have a clue. Are you sure about that? Because if there's another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know? Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer? No, I really don't know who it could be. Alright, if you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island after all, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, I'd say that about covers everything. We've talked to you over long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further. Right, thank you. Still, give it a bit of time and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance. Will do. I'll be going then. Yay. So, now what? She's giving us much to ponder. To think we'd encountered a living witness. I'd never have dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did as much good as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding something in that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, well, I figure we might as well look into that one too while we're here. Understood. Hmm. Oh! Hello. My apologies for the interruption, but there's an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you, Jeff, have just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumi Koshiki would tell it, Satoshi Nanami is not the only 800-year mortal here on Kamishima. And so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kamishima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You've borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 2 times. What? Does in mind allow me to ask who is the other 800-year mortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name. That's... my guy, I haven't played in a while. I don't remember anyone's names. Correct. The answer is Yuzami Nakuchi. Actually, it's crazy. Whenever stuff like this where you actually have to type out the name happens, I'm just like... there's a few games at least where I was like, if you go through a game again and you know more now, I always wonder if they have like special stuff in it if you type in someone else's name, or it's like, oh, this person has been going by a fake name the entire time and you only find out the real name at the end, so when you type in the real name that you wouldn't know at this point, yet if you type it in, they're like, oh, Do you think you got it in one go? You're quite the observant one. Well, I mean, he's died on the... yeah. That's crazy. Anytime... Actually, what tipped me off here is anytime that they are counting what you've got, is like... It's all connected to the fucking diving game. And I played the diving game quite a lot. Every time user ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean depths. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he had left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 17 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult indeed unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure or the fear of death. It was this knowledge of his own immortality that led to him displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. Does he know? As you may have suspected, Yuzo Minakuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Accepted fate. Okay, no. Interesting. We will go to our... to these two, though. Because otherwise I will never go back here and then we have, like, another 5 hours of just them to go through. The Tamatebago, a treasure required to obtain immortality, Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Ikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Date unknown. Because we're still at a date unknown. Sometime before the other events. That's... fucked up. Hello again. Arnav Barnum is back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we could meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves. Who exactly are you talking to? I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure. Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? Oh, right. Sorry. What are you trying to concentrate on? This is the town of Ichiga in Toba City. The area is one of many in the area renowned for its armor divers. Tess is using her dowsing ability to search for descendant right now. What's that? Does no dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy? And on top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right, I was thinking the same thing. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box for the descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the descendant ought to have it, since it is so deeply connected to Taishima's history. And Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. Ah, then the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy has fallen right in the lap of our target. Now Cersei just has to use her dowsing to locate the box, at least that's the plan. Oh. But like, I don't think her dowsing is that strong that she can go through the entire town that easily. She seems focused, best not to interrupt her now. Well, what are we gonna do then? Look around until we find stuff we can interact with, I guess. Surroundings, 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 surroundings. No? Yes? No? How do I... Think some more, maybe? However, her dowsing range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. So we had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search.
Ah!
Just think a little harder. Any idea where we might start looking for the descendant? I think Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he? He did, which would mean that she doesn't live far away. She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits. Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns within Toba. I see, but there are quite a few towns in the area, right? About that, when we parted yesterday, Mr. Ikoma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Mrs. Suma. Right, he did say that, so basically the descendant lived close to Suma. He said it like he would drop by while he was in the area, so they likely live close to one another. Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many armor divers are our top candidates. That means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of armor divers. That's right, we can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters. It'd be nice if we'd at least learn the descendant's name. You might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place. Okay. What's the name of the Taishima survivor? It's been a hot minute since we played this game overall. What's the name of the Taishima survivor? That's a great question. Wait. I think it was her. No. Intensifies. Typing ASMR. No, who is it? Yeah, okay, oh god. Oh. Somikawa, that's what Taishima's survivor was called. If there are any descendants, then they may still bear the same name. This is... Oh god, that's so unfortunate. all of the big, oh, you need to type something in that you found out over the course of the game after we haven't played for 2 weeks. Ooh. Mm. That's right. It's another clue we can follow. And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. Okay. So Cersei, what's the situation? Want to give it a try? Really? Will it still work if it's me? I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you'd like. Color me intrigued, I'm in.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm gonna try some dowsing. Alright, just like this. Okay. I'll hold the pendulum, direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts. Very well, bring it on. Ooh! Pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point it in one direction and wait a while. Once you find a spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout that you figured it out. Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. He's so funny. I do like him. Okay. Oh, it's moving! Do you think this is enough Oh. Do you think this is enough movement? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think this is good.
Also, welcome back, Mel.
Oh. This looks like it's enough movement. There, right there. Not quite. Direction should be much stronger. Oh, much stronger. Okay. It's a little time for it to react, so if you move around too fast, it might be hard to notice. Okay. Really? Oh, okay. Yeah. This one? Yeah. Okay, sure. That is way more movement than the first time. My bad. That means it's somewhere up there. Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go. Slightly. I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us. Right. How are they gonna get up there? Upstairs, probably, but like... This is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor. Got it. Hello? Anybody home? Oh, you don't hesitate, huh? We're here on behalf of Mr. Ikoma. No answer. Guess no one's home. No, I can sense a presence. Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box. Hi! What is it? Oh, wow, girl. You should turn the light on. You two. Abby and Cersei, is it? They're the ones who found that iron box. Yes, that's right. You know, I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous I can hardly think straight. Wait, it's no need to be so tense, Mrs. Omakawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful. Right. Okay, you can't. Okay. Hi! Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Taishima. Who's to say it's even true? I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations. Nah, I moved here a couple years back. Oh, where's that? That's got nothing to do with the two of you. Ah, fair enough. She's Miss Specifica. Oh my god. Miss Specifica. And then, if you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Mrs. Somikawa? I keep saying Mrs., even though it says Miss, my bad. Mrs. Somikawa. Yeah, Miss... Okay. Why? Apologies, I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants. Dunno, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough. Oh? What do you mean by that? No more than what I said. So she's a descendant of the last Taishima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we actually met her, I'd say it's more like she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. I can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. Still, the fact that she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wearing traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock, to be honest. So do you live here by yourself, Miss Somikawa? No, hi, Humpy. Good afternoon. That's right. Okay. Where exactly did you come across the iron box? Gnosia's Peak? Yes! Did you watch the anime? Woo! I just finished it earlier. No, I just watched the last episode earlier. So good. Everyone should play and watch Gnosia. Later tomorrow. Nice. Please do. Really good adaptation. We found the box. Well, no, technically we didn't find it on the seafloor. Someone else found it on the seafloor. I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly it was left behind by the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse of Taishima. A map, you say? It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Ise Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Taishima's lost history, we felt we absolutely had to tell you about it, Miss Omikawa. Oh yeah? If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence? I didn't know it was a box, but I've been told something still remained of the island. That makes sense. Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside. Yes, inside was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves. A record? Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe the story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history, wouldn't you agree? And that was all recorded in that box. I don't think she trusts us. I also don't necessarily trust her, I won't lie. What else? Oh. Okay. A net break. No, but for real, I didn't expect the Nausea anime adaptation to be this good. Like, it's 21 episodes. I didn't expect it to even get like a almost double length anime whatsoever. The animation is great. They adapted a lot of events. I didn't expect them to actually show as many events. Obviously not every single one, because that's just impossible. But it was made really, really well. It also made me remember a bunch of things that I had already forgotten about Nausea, and it made me want to replay the game. So like, what more could you want from an anime adaptation of a lengthy game like this? I don't remember how many hours it actually took us to play Nausea, but shouting is true. But I liked how they made him in the anime. I think it was very, very well made. Also, made me realize that I missed out on a few events because we played with a non-binary protagonist, so some of the events just didn't happen. It's interesting how they made it in the anime, how they showed all of those timelines. I like that. Really good. This lady looks a lot like the mother. Maybe they're related. You know? I know we initially said like, okay, maybe it's her, but maybe the mom is really dead for real, and she's like a sister of some kind, because they look so similar. I think all all of the Yuris were very cute. I was dreading how they would have made it in the first place. I was like, oh god. But they handled all of that so well. Both with the like, oh, there's some that are tied to what gender your protagonist is, and also what gender everyone else is. Really good. Really, really good. Oopsie. Yeah. Setsu. I think Setsu is one of my favorite characters from Nausea. They're all really good. You could say some of them got a little more love in the anime than the others, but I think it's that way in the game already as well. So, all right. Successfully managed to make it through an ad break. No, we better wait before broaching this topic. Okay. If she realizes that we're after the Tamatebako, it'll only make her more cautious. Akio is the biggest fucking rage baiter, but also gets rage baited. All you've done is listen to the opening. The opening is really good. You could watch it. It's 21 episodes. It just finished airing, so I think episode 21 literally came out yesterday, earlier today, depending on the time zone, I think. I don't remember if it was a Friday or a Saturday anime. Or Saturday or Sunday anime. I think a Saturday anime. Okay, talk about legends. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family? Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, eh? Oh my god! No? Come again? Mermaids, you say? No, I just wanted to learn more about a map we found, that's all. You're a terrible liar. Whatever your motives, you're not getting the Tamatebako. I'm not falling for one of Ikuma's schemes. Aww. Did you just say that Ikuma is after the Tamatebako? Oh, so you didn't know. Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere no one will ever find it. I see. It must be very precious to you then. Well, I'm relieved that Iron Box found its way to you then. So, was there a curse stone inside the Iron Box? A curse what? Don't play dumb. There must have been one. I don't actually remember. Yes, there was one. Might as well. Come on, let's tell her. So I already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside. That's what I thought. Now how about a trade? You two want the Tamatebako, don't you? A trade? Oh, a trade! I don't feel safe in this house. I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take a boat all of a sudden. To think that Tamatebako would be hidden at sea, what an incredible plot twist. My apologies, I guess that's just the right in me coming through. This is all too thrilling. You sure can talk. Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length once I get started. That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. See, though, once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves, no talking, no irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming without a sound. This is fine. Stop the boat. I don't feel safe out here. I won't... Oh. I do not feel safe out here, ma'am. I won't lie. Okay. So will you tell me what you want to trade for the Tamatebako now? Your life. You've got the Forsaken Fish curse stone with you, right? Sure do. Have a good look. The Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. Looks like the real deal, alright. You want to trade the stone for the Tamatebako, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it. No, that ain't it. Oh, that ain't it? No? What then? You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Somekawa. Wow, gee. Really? You say you had a sister. Does that mean... Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago. See, my condolences. So there actually was another descendant. You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me, it was my sister. Your duty? That's right, the duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, a generation would be the one to handle the 400 years since the disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important. So there was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years. But I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all the responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her. So that's why your sister was the one who inherited the duty. This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the curse of the raging waves? I suppose they were connected, but... Lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal. Really? Then what was it? Oh. It was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Isabei to the Yugu. That was the real duty of the Taishima bloodline. Return a mermaid? So it's true. There really was a mermaid stuck in Isabei because she couldn't return to the Yugu. That's right. Her name was Sobae. Oh, she's caught up in our research, so she was real after all. Yeah, she's one of the 3. You see, my sister that took on the family duty, it seems like she actually met Sobae herself. She got to meet the mermaid. After leaving my hometown and making a living as an armor diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I'd left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret. Regret? Why? You know, ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids. Understandable. Hi, good afternoon. I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book had started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams over and over. Back then I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to become an armor diver in the first place. The true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it. See, what bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth? My sister took pity on me and attempted to call her to meet me once in secret. My sister, Mare, even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Soba was a cautious mermaid who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed as much as a glimpse. Quite the bitter outcome. Mare and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. She never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even to a close relative like myself. So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn the mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet. Mare moved to Kamishima to be closer to the Yugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day, she got married and changed her name to Mane Minakuchi. She seemed so happy. So she got married on Kamishima. I was so jealous. I couldn't think straight and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off. Ah, the infamous Tamatebako, yes? Yeah, the mermaid was supposed to take it back to the Yugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so the years went by. And 5 years ago, I heard that Mare had died in an accident, and that's why I came back to Toma. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me. Of course. But by then our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing. Not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. But while I was digging around, that man, Ikoma, found out I was a descendant of Taishima. What the fuck is that flapping behind her? Is that paper? You see, I was struggling to get by. I sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tamatebako for a ridiculous price. And that brings us to the present, I suppose. Hello? What? It's one of Cersei's abilities, a shikigami. When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Fine, I did just go whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything. Something wrong? It's nothing, don't mind me. I wonder if something happened to Cersei. I better read the note. Arnulf Barnum, let's take a look. Run into 2 suspicious people looking for Miss Omikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful. Seems like something happened on Cersei's end. I better stay alert just in case, but I don't think I mentioned this to Miss Omikawa. It would only shake her up. Okay, never mind. I do trust her now. I think she is deeply hurt. I don't think she is planning on killing us or anything. I actually think she's more in trouble than she realizes. Us as well, but not because of her, but because someone probably has it out for her. In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled. And now you want us to go find a mermaid for you? That ain't it. Dang. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobai appeared before me. You finally got to meet her! She told me this. The seal on the Yuga's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister's done a great deal for me. I now ask you to return the Tamatebako. Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Is that perhaps why the curse of the raging waves became active again? So what about the Tamatebako? Did you return it to the mermaid? I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to the Yugu. You said what? Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. But in that moment, the pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the lands of mermaids, there'd be no greater happiness than that. But Sobai simply told me it wasn't possible, and that she'd forfeit the relic. And with that, she was gone. Oh. So the mermaid has already returned to the Yugu then. Ever since then, all I felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside, there's nothing left. Aww. But then, the Tamatebako still exists, doesn't it? Sure it does, but... even with such a fancy name, in the end it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty. See. Even so, I still like to trade for it. Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. Aww. In the end, I never did figure out what that Tamatebako really was. The mermaid forfeited it just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant when I said it was all over. Okay. So what do you want in return? I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid. Miss Omikawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the curse stone? Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish. No, listen, there's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster, nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid. I know. That's fine with me. This curse is the essence of the mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer up my life to her. But... whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it. Oh! Just hold on a minute, okay? This is just... The Tamatebako is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please do this for me. Ah! My stomach can't wait. She's already gone. She can back up if I just wait long enough. No! This game is so... I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No! That's fucked up. You live with your decisions? Yeah. Should we do it? I mean, she does want it. She will drown herself either way. So do we use it? Let's use it, I guess. Wrong button. Azusa Somekawa, a woman living in Toba, although she occasionally does work as an armor diver, blah blah blah. As Mane Minakuchi's younger sister, Azusa is also descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Following destruction of Taishima, the Somekawa line hid themselves away, living for generations in a small village within the city of Shima. The book The Little Mermaid was a constant fixture in the household, a decision made so that the children of the family would grow up with a familiarity with mermaids, and Azusa read it repeatedly as she grew up, the tale fueling a fervent admiration for mermaids within her. Upon realizing that she could never be a mermaid herself, she instead decided to become an armor diver, thinking that it would at least allow her to swim freely through the sea like the being she so admired. Thus resolved, she left her hometown behind, leaving the family duty, nothing more than a troublesome burden to Azusa, to be handled by her elder sister alone. For all intents and purposes, it appeared that Azusa's wish had been granted. However, upon returning home following her parents' deaths, she was taken aback to learn that the family duty inherited by Mane was in itself deeply connected to mermaids. Forgetting how she had pushed the duty onto Mane to follow her own desires, Azusa grew deeply resentful of her sister, accusing her of keeping the mermaid to herself and asserting her right to take up the family duty, but it was too late. Mane and the mermaid had already forged an unbreakable bond that no amount of words or deeds could undo. Following Mane's death, she was finally able to meet the being that had enchanted her for so long. However, her desperate plea for the mermaid to take her back to Ryugu with her was met with staunch refusal, and the mermaid left shortly after, never to return. With the opportunity to fulfill the family duty gone and the chance at connecting with the mermaids lost, Azusa sank into despondency, spending her days in an empty haze. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish had appeared before her seemed to be the final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Issa Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. A form writhing in the agony brought on by her sudden transformation bore no resemblance to the mermaid she had once so admired as a child, yet it is said that the expression on her face when her body was discovered later in Futami Garuda seemed somehow content. That Mare also means sea in Latin. There's probably a connection. One of the three mermaids who was said to have lived near Taishima about 400 years ago, she has since returned to her home, Ryugu. I wouldn't be surprised if they took the name from something like that. After that, we managed to quietly retrieve the Tamatebako from beneath the floor in Miss Somekawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain mermaid flesh. Since Soba had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes on the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast, otherwise Ikoma or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau of Psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. Aww. That's when I heard news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Cersei heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice, there was simply no other way. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima, the island where Maru Sumikawa, or rather Mari Minakuchi, used to live. Ah, fascinating. So he's somehow actually at fault. Well, not necessarily at fault, but he is involved on the two victims that these Yumiko has found. That's so interesting. I love how they make everything work together. It was the same in the first game. You think, what do any of these characters have to do with each other? But it works so well. Abby and Cersei finally arrive in Kamishima on the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. These guys were busy before, like, the rest of the game really started, I feel. Finally, after a long, arduous journey, we have arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Are you alright? You don't look so good. You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger? Can't you dispel curses? Minor ones, sure, but this is on a whole other level. I see. Might be best we don't stay here too long then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure you tell me, okay? Got it. I'll do my best. Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first, except no one wants to talk to you guys. I'd like to ask around to see if anybody knew Mari Minakuchi as well. And no one wants to talk about her either. It's a plan, let's move. Oh. Wow. Oh. Huh? That is crazy. Okay. They literally just arrived on Kamishima. Okay. Vision of the future? Or accepted fate? Let's go for accepted fate first. We unlocked this earlier. Several days after the night of tragedy, Yuza's lost in his thoughts alone on the beach. Ah, this is the one we get because we now know he's immortal. Wait, what's this one then? Yuza heads out with Asami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. Oh, those both sound good. Let's try this one first. Date unknown. So everyone's dead and you're the only one left? It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity, it caused a huge stir when news broke about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown and the investigation is ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Hello? Hi? The suspicious pair apparently came here all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody. Ah! Because they know that you're the immortal. Okay. We still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. But the culprit behind the massacre have been among them. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamunas have been busy doing what they can. Following news reports on a calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. Asami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now, but I'm told Asami Osan collapsed on top of Tsukasa as though he tried to protect her to the very end. Oh no, I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. The same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the brown Samira my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. Still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. Well, the pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems they're still planning to find a solution though, and have asked for my cooperation. I don't have much to show for my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Asami. Aww. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. But either way, they took any chance of my seeing her again with them. Ooh. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. No. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse after all. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Goodbye. Oh. A hopeless outcome. Oh. This early on. Okay. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned home to Kamishima, Yuza Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kantekisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Kantekisho. Kantekisho. Hi! I hate seeing you leave, but I love watching you go. Huh? Someone already here, how unusual. Oh, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here. Oh, I take it I'm not welcome. I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. So, who are you? I'm Yuza Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima. Ah. So you're the old friend of Tsugasa's, was it? Yep. I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamuda's relative? Nice to meet you. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are. Sad so. I'd rather not stand out. It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone. I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you? Fine. Oh. Not gonna lie, that's gotta be awkward. It's such a small place to be anyway. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna talk to you, but yeah, don't worry about it. Coming here always helps clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, that means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good as time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. Oh. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Asami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in a disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Asami. I could never forgive myself if I had made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon so they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about armor diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an armor diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury, but her conditions improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now and has even been handling the cleaning and laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she had said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of stern stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently, perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk about her shows though. Ah! There's someone there! You could introduce to her. Asami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around that island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying, we can't mess around like we used to anymore. I guess that's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Asami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Right then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. Same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just going to cause trouble for Gran and Asami? Okay. You can see all the way from Isabei out toward the Ensho Sea from here. It's a great view. That doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. Well... Sato Shinanami. I hear she's a relative of Mr. Wakamura's who'll be staying with him for a while. But apparently no one's heard of her, and so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things worked that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That, or she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamura, so the mystery has only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. They built a rest spot for any tourists who come up here, but it doesn't seem much use. Oh. Looks as tranquil as can be. Oh. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall. Maybe even taller than Asami, and he's 173. 173 centimeters. She said she doesn't want to stand out, but it's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. Oh! To be fair, he is small, yeah. She's been staring at the southern seas this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. What else can I do then? Think? I have to think of how to make my own way through life. Huh? I've looked at the surroundings. I've looked at you. I've thought. What if I turn around?
Ah! Hi!
But you jumped, didn't I? Yes? Of course you did. Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that. At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Anyway, did you need something? Oh, right. I can focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave.
Hey!
Huh? You leave! No, you're the one who should leave. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe? That's true. Okay, fine. I'll leave. What the hell? It curved a lot faster than I expected. Still, I kind of feel bad for chasing you off like this. So you can have this Kamishima keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground onto others now, eh? Still, could have thrown such a cute keychain away. Nah, you didn't do anything wrong, but since you're offering...
Keychain!
Yay! I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? See, so that's how it is. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yeah, pretty rough, alright. It's none of my business, though. Bye. Whoa, how am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be in my way. Later. I'm assuming she realized he's immortal, but she did not actually tell him. I mean, why would she? I don't think the average person would believe you if you just told them, like, hey, by the way, you're immortal. Alright, it's time for Vision of the Future. So, what's this important thing you have to do, Yusa? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Hi. Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you've been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. On August 7, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yusa Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. But unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is, of course, preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old curse of the raging waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yusa's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yusa Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. This concludes my announcement. I wish you good fortune. Bruh! Epic! You emphasize the first syllable. Advent? How else? What did I say? Did I not say Advent? What? You think Kikoku is plotting to work a curse that will cause a massacre on the island? Yes, you might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. I mean, a curse. I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but... Advent. Advent. Advent! Advent. How did you even find out about this? Have you got any proof? Gut feeling, bro. Well, I saw the future with my own 2 eyes, but I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future. User, if this is some kind of prank, you better cut it out right now. Seriously, this shit isn't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone I'm on friendly terms with a murderer? I couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Asami, before it's too late. Oh man, you're not making this easy, User. I can't just... I mean... No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. Okay. I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Asami. For real, what's gotten into you, User? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm the same old User I've always been. I've only died a few times in between. Chosen player character privilege. Yeah. Hey. Huh? What are you two doing here? And what did I get up, User? Don't tell me you've been diving. Kikoko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came out to find you. Where'd you hear that? I only just decided this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. Your company you don't recruit into your party will die. Oh, because like, story-wise you cannot help them out? Aha! Mockingbird 11. Oh, what's new about this one? We've read this. Why does it say new? Ah! The 2 surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Sumikawa had been assigned the duty of protecting a relic. Mikado, blah blah blah. After Hadokage sealed the entrance to Ryugu, the 2 remaining mermaids, Nagame and Soba, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore the seas beyond Ryugu, seized the opportunity to travel the world, a journey that would span the next 400 years. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love as she left. However, the more serious Soba was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice, mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home to Ryugu. She spent her days hidden in the depths of Ise Bay, weeping bitterly. Ah! Sumikawa, the sole survivor of the Taishima Islanders, saw Soba's tears and vowed to protect her, promising to do all he could to ensure her return to Ryugu one day. The treasure the mermaids entrusted to him, Atamate Bako, has been passed down through generations of the Sumikama family as proof of their oath being honored by his descendants 400 years later. Why is that suddenly new? Okay. This is funny when you say all of the recruits, or everyone you don't recruit die, because like, the first game I have to think of that is similar in that vein is an Otome game, actually. Where like they put one guy as like the true ending route, and on that one you help out everyone else as well, but on their own routes you only help the one specific person. So if you only date the one guy, you only get to fix his fate and not the others. But if you date the last guy, the true guy, you also get to fix everyone else's fates. While dating just him, it's like, I wonder who the favorite one was here. Kikoko is looking at us suspiciously, but I guess that has to be expected. We surprised her alone here after all. Yeah, all right. What's this all about? If you just want to talk, it can wait till after I'm done fishing. No. Yuzu, are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving and talking to you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I don't, actually. This is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. But I don't have any evidence, and I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I somehow manage to get her curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has a hold of her will drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. I'm going to change the future one step at a time. There's no rush. After all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port, things are already different. Oh, okay.
Diving!
So were you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chia finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Don't I know it. Seems everyone thinks I bring this island back luck just by being here. Yusa. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an armor diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because a storm is on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering, are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? Huh? What makes you think that? I don't know, I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an armor diver forever. You know me to play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, Yusa. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You can earn a decent living as an armor diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. I see, no luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever going to change around here, and just between you and me, as much as I love being surrounded by nature on the island, the culture here just isn't for me. That's how you feel. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Frankly, I had no idea how you were so interested in diving, Yusa. Okay. So Kikuko, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right? Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I was just wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have had more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there, as if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's it got to do with you anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Huh? Seriously, what's this all about? What's all this about? Nothing really, I was just curious. Could have played it off by saying, hey, can you introduce me to someone in a company, you know? Working for the company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was put tea and answer the phone. Huh.
Thank you.
You've been passing Kamishimaro hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know. I haven't kept track or anything. But if I had to guess, I'd reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Oh, you should have... No, you should have said yes. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items if I do say so myself. Anyway, Yusa, did you really come all the way out here just to chat? Something like that, but I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Asami, let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. Yeah, okay, that's weird. Right, I know we just got back, but there's no time to waste. We've got to track down and collect all the Kamishimaro mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible.
Thank you for the follow. Come in.
Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually the targets of the curse. No way, seriously? Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm going to need your help, Asami. I guess we have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something, but we better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. Yusa, I want to believe you, and I'd like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift a finger, there's something I've got to know. Alright. See, I've got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? When you were diving before and you came face to face with the Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush I got ahead of myself. You're right. Something did happen to me, and I'll tell you all about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least something's still the same. Well, what I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kamishima is in, and realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure. If I knew the island was in danger, I want to protect it too. How did you find out about that anyway? Earlier you said you saw the future. When did that happen? It was when I encountered a Tomokazuki. Oh? The moment our hands touched, everything went dark and then the future unfolded before me. Huh. So it was kind of like a vision from the Tomokazuki. A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works. But I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here on Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. That's what started this all, huh? All this, huh? Blah, blah, blah. Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked that spot to die? No. It's like I told you. I was hoping to find a clue there since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I never would have dreamt I'd end up seeing a vision of a tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all, but now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not, and now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. So seeing as Kikuko is the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone. Yeah, but she's not the only threat. There's more to this. More? There are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me. The first is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse. And the second is the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's going to hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you've lost me again. I can't keep up. For starters, why is all this happening on the same day? I don't know. I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would have been nothing we could do about it either, but since I've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors. Ooh, around 20 though. That's a lot of them. Oh! Ah, okay. Possessions and the Onura Bridge investigation. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Cersei continue to ask around about mermaids, but this garners suspicion and they find themselves unable to gain any information. Yeah, we saw a part of that. Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we've managed to learn, like some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone is avoiding us. This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without the islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. And for some reason, mentioning Mane Minakuchi makes things even worse. Did people hate her or something? Just hearing her name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust. Yes, I noticed that too, but your way of asking probably doesn't help much. Well, how about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by. Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us has started to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go to the jetty. No! We must go to the jetty and that's that. Huh? What? Don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The waves of my yearning soul keep crushing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore. Right, sure. The usual then. Well, and off we go. Okay. Sometimes I cannot tell if this game is like, you don't actually get an option if you don't click it. Or no, like if you let time run out or something, but Looks like we've got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. Alright, this could be our last chance. Let's give it all. Excuse me, could we speak with you for a moment? Seriously, no. There's no way she wants to talk to us if we're that forward. Foreign visitors, how unusual. And your name's right, she was obsessed. She was like, oh, I want to see the foreigners. True, that's a change. And your name's Avi and Cersei. Welcome to Kamishima. My name is Kikako. I'm an armor diver. Kikako the armor diver. It's such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this. Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like. Ah! Let me check if there's a bird somewhere. I don't actually know how many birds we're still missing. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, okay, okay. Higher time, faster check. And you want me to save the game? That's a great idea, actually. We haven't saved yet. Um... 14 out of 20. Okay. 14 out of 20.
Hi.
This may be a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you? Oh, mermaids. Oh, so you do know something. When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures? Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. Tell me, any mermaid secrets about? Are you saying you really came all the way out here to look for mermaids? More or less, so any information you may have would be a huge help. Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself. Fantastic. Another fan entranced by the mysterious. They say that eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right? That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well? I guess so. Not for myself, though. Oh. That's surprising. So you mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids. More than just a little interested, are you? Well, in fact, right here in Issa Bay, there used to be... Oh, you're telling her all that? I don't think that's wise. Oh, so mermaids used to live on this Taishima place? So you think there may still be some clues here in Kamishima that will lead you to the mermaids in Ryugu? Nail on the head and right on the button. Unfortunately I can't say that I've heard of any mermaid stories on this island before, which is not surprising. What is surprising, however, is that we're gonna... Yeah, be right back. Sorry about that. Pity. That is a pity. Thank you for the fact. So you're an active armor diver then? Are there many young divers these days? Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. It just makes more sense to pursue higher education. I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away. Well, it is quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame him for choosing safer options. And just the other day I heard 2 armor divers went missing around Toba. Yeah. Speaking of armor divers, I heard armor divers have a long legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance Tomokazuki might emerge from the depths. So you know with the ghost stories. You sure know a lot, don't you? You're right, it is a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Huh. Maybe your Seiman and Dolmen symbols have kept you safe. Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstitions like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions, don't you think it's about time for a reform? But isn't freediving close to a Shinto ritual in spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed. But, you know, I believe it's exactly because tedious customs like that young people are losing interest in diving. We should keep up with the times, otherwise there's no way this tradition will survive. Well now, that's very level-headed thinking. Maybe it's because I'm part of the so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Anything else? Some of the young divers go to a high school on the mainland and then work as armor divers when they return home. I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an armor here. I saw him earlier. I didn't realize men could become armor divers too. It's not like it's forbidden. It's pretty rare though. This is the first time I've ever seen it happen. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, right. Actually, there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them? Sure. Who is it? A woman named Manamina Kutsu. See, that's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we ask about her. No, it's just... I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago. Ah, yes. We are well aware that she has passed away. Huh? Then why do you ask? Did she leave anything behind? Or was it perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that? Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody in this island really knew her. Although her son has just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new armor diver, that's her son. Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is? Sorry, no idea, but he's gotta be somewhere around the island. His name is Yuzami Nikuchi. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there. Thank you. This is invaluable information. Hell yeah. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is frantically dodging out questions about Manami Nikuchi, would you? She's such a terrible person. No. It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyway? Well, this is kind of a secret, but it seems that Manami Nikuchi had some sort of connection to the mermaids. Huh? You don't say. I see, so that's why. Oh, did you remember something? Not really. It's just that I always thought she was a little off. Almost as though she wasn't actually human. Dun dun! What's that supposed to mean? So you're saying Mara might not have been a human after all? That she was actually a mermaid? Oh, no way. I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Right. Right. She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to by far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something. It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us. I wonder who's to blame for that. What? You're saying it's my fault? Who else? Looks like we've made a solid first impression. She seemed genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refused to leave this place without at least a few answers. Okay. Why did I feel a sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko. That's a great question that I cannot give you an answer for. Why can't I check my items from here? Oh. Huh? Fish stone bearing the crystal of forsaken fish. Should I really be carrying this around? That's a great question. Mr. Ecoma's business card. I figured I might be able to use it later, so I held on to it. I haven't had the courage to open it yet. Okay. Why can't I check the items here? No? I talked to you? Do we think some more? Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tight mirror that Ikuma told us to look for. Guess I'll just try my luck and ask. Ah! Yes, hello. Oh, right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that? A mirror, you say? Well, you've come to the right woman. Oh, you know it. Luck's finally on our side. No, but she's carrying her own mirrors, isn't she? Could it be that you're talking about this? Ta-da! Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen. This is the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kamishimaru hand mirror. I had no idea it became so famous. No way. Could this be the still-tight mirror? Definitely not. Right. Oh, this isn't the one you're after? Oh, well, since you seem to have taken a liking to it, I still have to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today. What? Really? Lucky me. He's gonna fucking die if I do that, but sure. Alright, here you go. You take one too, sissy. Fantastic, you can't beat free. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Thank you. Anyway, what we're looking for is actually a bronze mirror. A bronze mirror? You mean the type you'd see in history books? Yeah, probably. Something like that. No, I can't say I know anything about that. Shame. Shame! I've never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Okay. But that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier. Was that by chance a tamatebako?
Huh?
What? Sorry, I just happened to notice. And judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right. Damn it, I didn't think it'd be that noticeable. A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was a tamatebako. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it. Jesse, I'm sorry. I should not have taken that fucking mirror. Kikoko, why are you interested in the tamatebako? Some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right? Ah, you're well informed. Would you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your while. Huh? You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search of eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime, so what do you say? Whoa, slow down. Avi? Much more than some third-rate rider like yourself could earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need a tamatebako for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world? I believe I understand your offer, Kikoko. But my answer is no, not a chance, no way, no how. It's never been about money, it's about the thrill, the adventure. Adventure? Exactly. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality. What better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart. You've totally lost me. You're throwing this chance away for some childish adventure? You wouldn't understand. I put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over. Hell yeah.
Thank you for the non-binary.
I see. Seems like there's no reasoning with you. Alright, then this conversation is over. It's a shame, but I gave you a chance. Huh? Don't get me wrong, I'd still love to ask you some more things. Gods, yeah! Okay, do not take the fucking mirror. Curse Echo. No! Oh. I mean, yeah, we already know that the mirror is bad and evil, but I still wanted to see what happens if you do it. It hurts so much. Talking. Oh, it hurts so much for talking. She did summon the sun, yeah. Enough burner is dead. Can you still continue the story? If you oh, hi. Oh my, it seems you've met with a rather unpleasant fate. This is merely conjecture on my part, but things seem to be going quite smoothly until Kikoko's true nature was exposed. Was there an A in that? What? Where? In the dead? Yes. Yeah, it was written correctly. It's just my big head in the way. It was written correctly. The only one who can stop Kikoko from committing those murders is Mr. Barnum, after all. However, it appears you were holding onto something that gave her the upper hand. I would recommend you dispose of the item before incurring her wrath. Do not fret, you may start anew from the moment the standoff began. Yay! No, it was dead. Okay, I do not... Handmirror received from Kikoko. Apparently this little turtle fellow is called Kamishimaru. Be gone! Cersei, pass me the handmirror you received earlier. Huh? Oh, sure. Take that, and that, and some of this! Ah. Now let's try again. It'd be so much easier if you had it. Huh? Why do you suddenly throw away the mirror? This would have been so much easier. Huh? Oh, the mirror. I don't know. Just felt like the right thing to do. Why do you ask? Things aren't going as planned. I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. It's interesting though, they put you here and not back to the point where you could have refused it overall. Maybe you cannot refuse it overall. Sounds like if we had the mirror on us, she would have been able to seal the Tamatebako. I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something. So, why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tamatebako? Who knows? Think you get it out of me with that attitude? She still hasn't given up on the Tamatebako. What? Why can't I throw this one away as well? Huh? I wanted to see if I can give it to her. What about the curse? Can I show her the curse? God, no, I don't want to. Oh God, I don't want to throw all of it away. Cersei, what did we do? Abby, focus. I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off Kikoko. Huh? Oh, got it. Okay. I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone. What? What's this all about? I couldn't tell right away because it was masked by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over the island, but on closer inspection, the curse stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. But if the condition to activate a curse was holding onto one of those mirrors, then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met. Well, only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert. Okay. There's no doubt about it, Kikoko wants to take the Tamatebako from us. But even so, the Tamatebako won't grant immortality without the flesh of a mermaid. If she has any other information about mermaids, we need it. Okay. Well, to be fair... So I've got a bad feeling about this business card. I can tell you exactly why. It's this fucking sign, because it's also on the mirror. I cannot read any of the rest. I can't read any kanji, but this isn't a kanji. This is the exact same sign it has on the mirrors as well. Just sneakily toss it. Alright, I don't think anyone noticed. Alright, again. Hey, Kikoko, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Yeah? Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got cursed stones! This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh? First triggers add a rather pleasant layer to the mystery. Yeah, they really... It's still about curses, but I feel like it's more about the overarching curse, and not everyone is running around with a cursed stone and you need to fear for your life every second. You still need to fear for your life, but like... for different reasons. What? Avi, are you sure? You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the Tamatebako, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hand mirrors, am I right? On the other hand, I can use my curse on you whenever I so please. You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too. You don't like being reminded? Oh no, no, I don't think so. I just think this one takes a little longer to really get going than the first one. But to be fair, it's been a long time since I played the first one, so I don't actually remember it that well. I really like him though. I did not expect to like him as much. Yeah, who's to say it hasn't already been met? Now, cease your scheming and tell us what you know. Why do you need enlighten us? Who told you about the Tamatebako? Who knows? Okay. What else? You really have the resolve to kill someone with a curse. Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I'm prepared to defend my life if necessary. Oh my god. No, I can see why you would say that. But I'm enjoying my time more with this one than I was with the Raging Loop. Like, this one keeps getting better the longer we play, and Raging Loop just kept getting worse. Which is not what you want from a game that forces you to play for like 50 hours to get the full story. Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly. Indeed, my heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve. Eh? You're saying you've actually used it before? At this point, what difference does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained. So you're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops. Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call. What about your lady friend? Well, are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I've pretty much given up on him at this point. You didn't see that? No one saw that? You did not disconnect?
Hi.
So... Good job, Cersei, making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. Actually, maybe a little too convincing. Does she really think I'm that crazy? Whatever, I've got more important things to focus on now. I love this guy, he's so funny. Alright. Alright, look. Seems like you're just as that sad on the Tamatebako as I am. This stand-up won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise. Compromise? Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tamatebako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality. I've got no romantic tale for you. I told you, I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it. Oh, important, you say? How is that? Because I'm his illegitimate child. Ooh. But he simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. I mean, just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away in some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. Yet he cast me aside and refuses to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating. So your father's some rich man? Yeah, there's hardly anyone in Isashima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I'm stuck in his wretched life. Yamashina, eh? I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave him my all to make it in a big city, and for what? Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island trying to make ends meet as an armor diver. But I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow... I see. So you figured that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you could leverage the box to get what you want at the same time. Yeah. I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of the place is basically Yamashina's protege. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality. Interesting. And he was the one who told you about the cursed stone and the Tamatebako as well? Yeah. Since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. He gave me the cursed stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now that I've got a chance for the Tamatebako, that's my best option. Oh, how intriguing. So you wanted to trade the Tamatebako for Yamashina's recognition? That's right, see? I knew we were never going to find a compromise. True, it's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure.
The company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tamatebago and the Curse Stone? Just who exactly is he?
I was wondering the same thing. Of course you were. He's an incredible person after all.
Mr. Kippei Ikoma is an amazing man. It's thanks to him I got a chance to make my dream come true.
Oh! Did you just say Ikoma? Yeah, we know that guy. Kippei Ikoma, you say? From Sala Planning? Oh, you know Mr. Ikoma? Indeed, just met him the other day. In fact, I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card? No, I threw that away earlier, actually. Oh, never mind. My bad, my bad. I must have left it at the inn. I can't believe this. Cersei? What is it? I figured it out. The condition.
Really? What is it?
It was hidden on the hand mirror all along. Yeah, that's what I said. It's this symbol here. See that symbol over there? I just couldn't shake the feeling I'd seen it before. And sure enough, Ikoma's business card had the same symbol on it.
Oh, you're right.
The mirror is suspicious, and a business card with the same symbol as a suspicious hand mirror is equally suspicious. Simple as that.
So that's why you threw the card away earlier.
Oh, you noticed. Either way, seeing Kikuko's reaction to hearing we had one of his business cards told me everything I needed to know. Enough with the whispering already. The jig is up, young lady. Condition for your curse is the mysterious symbol inscribed on both the hand mirror and the business card. See, we have nothing more to fear. Cersei, your turn.
Apologies, I'm going to have to be a bit rough. You may experience after effects.
Oh my god! And so, we managed to apprehend Kikuko Tsutsui. Apparently, Cersei's binding spell weakens those untrained in the spiritual arts and causes them to fall into a dazed, almost intoxicated state. Before losing consciousness, Kikuko quietly surrendered and handed over the curse stone. But unfortunately, it appears she really knew nothing more about mermaids after all. She didn't have any idea how Ikuma came into possession of a cursed stone either. To ensure she couldn't interfere any further, we restrained her at her home and made sure she would remain asleep for the time being.
Nice!
Much later that very night, we learned that Kikuko had planned to massacre the island's residents using the hand mirrors she distributed. By sheer coincidence, our actions had also prevented a mass slaughter.
Yay! I have something in my eye.
So what about the curse stone? What's it like?
Yeah, about that.
A bronze mirror.
That's right, a pound-sized bronze hand mirror.
Wait, don't tell me the stilted mirror was actually a curse stone all along.
The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that.
No, I have something in my eye that's not supposed to be there. So this curse stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What did you learn?
There's so much information it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself.
Just toss it like that. It's a cursed stone, not a baseball.
So you're not gonna look?
Of course I am. Of course he is. Let's see. This is the real deal.
A mermaid. There's a mermaid on it.
I want to see. Biography of Tomoshige. Taira no Tomoshige's early life. Taira no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taira no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the latter half of the Heian period at the height of the Taira clan's power. Although his father Yorimori was the only child born of the official wife of Taira no Taramori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan, he maintained a deferential attitude towards Kiyomori, a stance that made Tomoshige regard him with contempt and fueled his ambition to one day stand at the head of the Taira clan. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukemaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. Sato, the girl from Kusawa village. At around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kusawa village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyoji in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the Bureau of Onmyoji as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Taira no Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby.
Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as the interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. The fall of the Taira clan. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated at the Battle of Dan-no-ura, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Dan-no-ura and came to know of the Taira clan's downfall while he was lying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. Tomoshige's resolve. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his grandfather Tadamori had left the family, a tamatebako proffered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat was highly poisonous, with even a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and it had ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tamatebako and pried open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled as to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing that tamatebako as his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Encounter with a mermaid. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tamatebako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row in a small boat into the sea of Ise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior, and had with him the famed sword Nukemaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to the clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea. A mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box before suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed at the mermaid. There was a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up only to find that it continued to twitch even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try eating it immediately, he decided to store it in the tamatebako for the present. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protests. They waited a while, but no change seemed to come over her. Tomoshige's death. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid. But as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. As the two looked around, they realized that the small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered, and unable to break through his attacker's ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuers. Consumed by bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment towards these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the end. Okay. Now I feel even more sorry for Sato. What the fuck is up with this guy? Curse of Tomoshige. A curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment when he was struck down 800 years ago following the fall of the Taira clan. Part of the clan's main lineage, Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan, but was killed before realizing his dream. The curse uses a specific symbol as its target and kills those who carry that symbol within the area specified by the user by cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundreds of meters. Thank you for the follow, come in! So this is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 long years. Taira no Tomoshige? Never heard of him. He wasn't exactly what you call a historically important figure, even within the Heike. Seems that he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. The resentment. It must have dwelled within Tomoshige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a cursed stone. Most likely. Kikoko mentioned she got her curse stone from Ikoma, right?
Exactly. Do you think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards? The Ikoma's guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close.
Good thing we were cautious, especially since it seems he's after the Tamatepaku too.
Yeah, seems like working without him turned out to be the right call.
Will he make her suspicious if he can't contact Kikoko anymore? Considering he's after the Tamatepaku, there's a chance he might still chase after us.
We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somikawa and the Tamatepaku.
Do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-tide mirror too.
Well, it's not his mirror, this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible.
You're right, we didn't learn anything from Kikoko.
Looks like we've got no choice but to continue our investigation of the island, shall we?
Yes! You shall.
Won't you hold on for a moment? Oh! Aha! Someone's there! You... Oh boy. Oh, but see? There are different ways of acting here. It's not completely done. Interesting. But we're gonna check this first. To see what happens if they actually meet up. Pursuing another case, Yumiko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futamiga Ura is that of a woman named Asusa Somikawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next.
Ah!
And Avi technically is the one who used the curse on her. The vision ability is so fun. Like, not a single time it has actually been useful when we turn it on ourselves. Because the one time it was actually, like, important in some way, the game showed it by itself. Yay! 15 out of 20! Which means we're almost there. Just 5 more. Now then, as much as I'd like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ida contacted us this morning informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up in Futamiga. Oh my god. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somikawa, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. Quite a troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. Yeah. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the 2 foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ichika. Yes, one of them was seen taking Miss Somikawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had. I'm sorry, that was poor judgment on my part. Then the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to paranormal affairs. I believe her name was Circe, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. If it turns out she's been using curses on ordinary people, we at Paranormal Affairs would probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as a custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly. I'd like to believe some men of circumstances are at hand, yes. Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the high-ups to take responsibility. That's what high-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates. Girl. I think you find it's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved. Agreed. We have 2 people from the same town falling victim to the same curse after all. I think it's reasonable to assume that this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone. Yes, the first victim was Tamiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somikawa from yesterday. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing. Still, a curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh? Is something wrong? The curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to have become a cursed stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment.
An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone. That sounds like it would be a rare event indeed. Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Who was it? It feels like the name is on the tip of my tongue. Could it be a memory from that time? Although I imagine many of your older memories are faded by now. To try and remember, what was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong feelings of resentment? That's a great question. That we have somewhere in our files, but I don't know off the top of my head. Which one was it? Hayase. I think Hayase was the one that was killed, right? Hayase? Yeah, that's right, her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped into my head. No, so there was a mermaid who died like that, was there? There was. I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first time I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Oh, right. Your ancestor Hadokage Tsuchimikado must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see. I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding the map inside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts. I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the curse of the raging waves as well. If you can view the mermaids... if you can view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the curse of the raging waves. I wonder... Could the keepsake Harukage left behind using the map have been the cursed stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish? I see. That's certainly a possibility. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten hold of it recently, and there's a high chance it was those two foreigners. Alright, we've narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action. I think. Agreed! It's looking increasingly likely that the pair of foreigners has the curse stone. Yes, we did just go to Ichika to see if we could find any leads on where they could have had it. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. I wonder where they could have gone. Kamishima, obviously! We also still don't know why they approached Mr. Makava. Could they be after the mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Were they looking to take it for themselves? But where would they have had it afterward? Kamishima! Kamishima, that's where they are. What? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday, after all. No, something's telling me they went to Kamishima, and I get the feeling this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore. Alright, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there. Let's go! Oh ho ho! There it is! Obsession! Possessions! Obsession! Ah, there's something down here that I haven't actually unlocked yet, though. Interesting. We'll see where this is going, and then I'll try and see what I have to do differently in possessions to unlock something else, because this is not finished. Yumiko believes the key to dispelling the curse of the raging waves lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish curse stone. She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of the two foreigners. Please don't fight again. I see. So you would be Miss Shiki, and you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Cersei. My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei caused you the other day. She's quite a mischievous little lady, I'm afraid. Not at all. She certainly has some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You would be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh, no. We're related, to be sure, but she's really more my guide come bodyguard, if anything. I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid that circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though.
I said so. That would be quite a bother.
Personally, I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see. So I'd appreciate if you cooperated without any fuss.
That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid. Listen, they just managed to stop a potential mass killing, okay? They can't leave now.
Any more birds? No? By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you. What? But I don't want to.
I thought you'd say that.
Well, I was only asked to tell you, no more no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you. Thanks, I think.
What were you doing down at the jetty just now?
Oh, so you didn't see anything that happened before that then?
Would it be inconvenient for you if you had? Nonsense. My hands are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot inside, I assure you.
Never mind that now. We don't have the time. There's several things we want to ask you.
Oh, and what would those be?
First, I think we should talk about the incident this morning. Miss Omikawa was discovered washed up on the Futamigo Uda coast as a corpse, with half her body having been turned into a fish.
I be. To think she would meet such a fate. I'm truly sorry to hear that. This wouldn't be your doing, would it?
We have eyewitness reports that you were seen 2 days ago heading out to sea with Miss Omikawa by boat.
Yes. Yes, if you look at the subtitle for this specific game, yes.
We did indeed head out to the bay for a little chat, but turning her into a fish, not in a million years. What did you discuss with Miss Omikawa then?
Why, what else? Mermaids, of course.
Mermaids?
Indeed. Cersei and I are here in Isashima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we just happened to find out that Miss Omikawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course she would catch our interest.
I see. So you knew that Miss Omikawa was a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima?
I don't think I can combine the lore in as little sentences, considering how far we are, but mermaids, curses, people that turn immortal from eating mermaid flesh, but also who are the mermaids? Why were they treated so badly, and how can we make it so this entire island doesn't get drowned in a giant centuries-old storm that's been brewing for 400 years. Huh, so you knew that too. I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would you? It is still very much the same artist, yeah. I think the main difference between this one and the other is just that most of this game actually takes place during the day, when most of the first game took place during the night, or in general, like darker locations. So the vibes are way different just from seeing all of these people in like daylight. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Did you learn what you wanted from Miss Omikawa then? Oh yes, we got quite a haul of lucrative information from her. The knowledge that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Ise Bay until a scant few months ago, for one. What? Oh, that caught you interested, did it? I see. She must have been able to go back to the Yugu when the seal broke 3 months ago. So you even know about the Yugu? You seem quite well versed in these matters, Miss Shiki. Mrs. Shiki. Maybe just a bit. So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found here, have you given up looking for them? Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can glean some hint as to her whereabouts, in fact. I see. Do you know what Miss Omikawa did after you finished your talk? No. Why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to shore. I haven't the foggiest what happened to her after that. No. In fact, the only... human-turned mermaids are not hot, because they're fish mermaids. Not human mermaids. Where did you learn that Miss Omikawa had a link to mermaids?
I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants. Is that so? You currently have the Curse Stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish, don't you?
Was that a Curse Stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about.
He's really bad at lying. It's far more trouble than it's worth. I'll just ask Soda to take a look.
Oh?
Soda, what do you make of these two? I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain that they have Curse Stones. I see. We don't have time to play games then. It seems like a direct approach will be best here.
Wait, you mean both of them have Curse Stones?
Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment. We're dealing with two Curse Stones, aren't we?
Well, yeah. They now have two because they took one from... Wait, what about the vision ability on those two? Oh no, they're also just green.
I really hope that there's going to be at least one scene where it actually makes sense to manually turn the vision ability on and off. Because so far...
It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the Curse Stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. You're persistent, aren't you? Well, my answer hasn't changed. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Avi, they already know. Just give up already.
Sis, stepped in the back and by my own kin, no less. How could you?
Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell the man over there has already noticed it.
Thank you for the help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble just now.
Does that mean you let us go?
I'm afraid we won't be able to just yet, no.
After all, you have a Curse Stone as well, don't you?
Ugh.
Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them.
Is that so?
Honestly, I'd rather you took it off my hands if possible.
You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the Curse of the Forsaken Fish? No, the Curse of the Forsaken Fish actually turns people into a fish, quite literally, from, like, the feet up. So... But they don't, like, they die before the curse has a chance to turn them completely.
To let him live out his dreams, I suppose.
I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason. Alright, admit it was all me. No. They start turning into fish from the feet up, so... Human head up top. Rest is fish. You know? Yes! Yes, the feet included! Didn't want to give it up, so I asked Cersei if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go, not after learning it had such a close link to mermaids.
I see. So that is a Curse Stone for the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. How did you come into possession of that Curse Stone?
Oh, that would be a bit of a long story.
It all started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States.
Imagine a fish but the back fin is just a pair of awkward... Oh no! Ew! It's even worse than the fish mermaids we have here.
The mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved, no less. The riddle led us to a mysterious box in the seabed. And once we solved the puzzle, sealing the box shut, we found this Curse Stone nestled within.
Oh, a mermaid mummy, you say?
It seems that the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a Curse Stone, then.
Huh? Yeah!
By the by, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed away this Cursed Stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here? That's right. He was an Onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado. It said that he had a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question.
And you're imagining weird mermaids? Ooh, that sucks.
I see. And the mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother.
It's quite a miracle that his Curse Stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think? I suppose you could say that, yes. No, okay. There's no doubt that Mr. Macabre was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. It is looking extremely likely that you have the cursed stone that would make that possible. No more excuses. Tell us what really happened. Ugh. Alright, you've got me. I'll talk. Though don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears. I mean, she did ask us to do it. I see. It would seem Mr. Macabre had quite a twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish, is that right? Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. And the overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her end at the hands of her mermaid's curse. Hearing Mr. Macabre's fervent plea and seeing her cast herself into the water like that, I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale, and so I decided to grant it. An elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession. I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings on the matter. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her quite difficult. Oh, then you're willing to give me a pass, are you? I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make. Once we finished our business in Kamishima, I imagine you have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to see some sort of arrangement can be reached, though. Oh, how kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask. What else? Thank you for telling us what happened with Mr. Macabre. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events. My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you then. Okay. So they found a map hidden within the mermaid mummy and followed it to find a strange box on the seabed. Even if the mermaid mummy had remained in my family's possession, we may not have managed to uncover all the secrets it hid. Perhaps it's for the best the map passed into their hands in the end. As much as I'm reluctant to admit it, you may be right. Although I get the feeling that Avi will let it go to his head, so perhaps we should keep this to ourselves. What else? Maybe something with Cersei? Putting your return to Tokyo aside, the biggest issue at hand is whether or not you were complicit in his use of the curse stone. Curse stones are dangerous things. They should be viewed in the same light as bombs or poison gas and treated with the same amount of care. Allowing one to be used in your presence is also naturally forbidden. You're currently in a case of paranormal affairs. If you're found guilty of misconduct, you'll be subject to punishment under our rules. That figures, yeah. I'm glad you understand. Either way, it's the higher-ups who will end up taking responsibility, so I'm happy to leave things there up to them. She's like, don't worry, you're not in trouble, because it's too much work for me and I don't want to do it. Lovely. I never imagined that both of them would have curse stones. Okay. If you don't want to know what happened, ask Avi. Paperwork, yeah. Nobody wants to do paperwork. Which is understandable, but it's still so funny. It's like, you might be complicit in the use of a curse stone that actually killed someone. Yada yada yada. That's crazy. Oh my god, okay. We're gonna take the chance of this small little ad break to get something to drink. What I'm actually trying to figure out is, we already got the first bad ending. You need that to really get anything at all whatsoever. But I wonder which ending we're going to run into. Like, which ending we're going to run into if I just go by whatever the fuck I want. Just have to keep going then. But like, so far, I think, funnily enough, Ave is up there with my favorite characters. Which is not what I expected. But I kind of miss the other teenies. Like, we now know Sato is an immortal, and we also know that Yuza is an immortal. Not of his own volition. I imagine... Probably happened like 5 years ago during the big storm. Because his Made would have known how to do it. How to turn him into an immortal if she is disconnected to mermaids because of the whole, oh, this is our duty, blah blah blah. That's my idea now, at least. Like, something happened during that storm, and that's also why she forced his son, forced her son to go with her in that storm. So that, I don't fucking know, but definitely, like, why would she take Yuza out there? If it's not connected to something about how his immortality worked. By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within a curse stone? I did indeed. A veritable deluge of information. An 400-year-old information at that. Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information? It certainly was. That's it. That's what we've been looking for. See, so you're searching for the way to lift some curse or other, eh? That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have the curse stone of yours, then? It's too dangerous to leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way. But it just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why, the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me. And it's hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could just give you something so important for nothing in return. Looking to take advantage of the situation, aren't we? Yikes. Judge me all you want, I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know. So, what is it you're after then? Money? Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact that I used a curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well. Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise there is an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough. Oh, intimidation, is it? If you think your boorish strats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will... Sorry, but no. I don't feel well and we're at a disadvantage here anyway. I love it. You do actual work, you can't do that. I get it, but I don't think he's gonna ask for money. I think he just wants to be involved. He wants to see the adventurer. Over before it even began. A wise decision, young lady. So that's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian? State violence! State violence, I say! Because she actually has powers. He's not. He doesn't have any powers. You do have a cursed stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon. What, seriously? So it's really the end of the line, then? No. He cannot. Wait. He cannot. Because they need to be in the waters. First has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Ise Bay. So you cannot fish them while they're out here on land. Well, if it's really just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable? You mean it? Really? Huzzah! That's an offer I can refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted. Ma'am, it's best if we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now. Alright, mermaids. So, what is it you want to know about mermaids, then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality. Immortality? Oh, no. All I want is to meet a real-life mermaid. It is not but dreams and adventure that drive me. Really? That's it? Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt that would have been possible.
You mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false? They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way, after all. There's even a word for those individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals. 800-year immortals, eh? So they do exist. Incredible. You've met one of them. Actually. But I'm not unsure if he's actually aware of it at that point in time. What became of the third Taishima mermaid then? The one known as Nakame? She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she? She hasn't. Soba is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu in the end. Oh, so she's still out there somewhere roaming the mortal world as we speak. You could say that, but you could also say that she's no longer here. What do you mean? Don't tell me she died. Well, that also wouldn't be entirely accurate. Oh. What is it, Cersei? I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you? What, really? What do you mean? Think back on what we heard before. Or? Well, there's not much point in dragging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame. Oh my god. Well, I would say she became human, no? Right? How close we zoom in? Pretty far. Pretty far. Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human. Ah, now you mention it, that does sound familiar. You mean to tell me the story was true? Oh, you'd heard of these events before? I suppose Mr. Mikawa must have heard about it from Soba. But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right? And normally it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen. At no small cost to himself, I might add. Oh, that's amazing. I can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me. Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Mr. Makawa in a way. You don't say. More than anything, it seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding the person of her dreams and marrying them, or getting to be their bride. It's a pretty good, cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh? Indeed, to think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say, she sounds quite relatable. Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. Then a few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The two soon fell in love. And Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become the man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so. Oh, such unconditional love, such ardent devotion, a mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life. It's like the tale of the little mermaid reborn in the modern era. Truly a story took up the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have? Are you sure? That wouldn't mean we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know? No matter. If it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, then I care not a whit. He's so cute. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes? And the two of them lived happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion. Well, that's more or less what happened. So I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists. See, so she's still alive out there as a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order. Abby seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right? Now that you mention it, that is a problem. I mean, some time ago. I thought so. A question, Mrs. Shiki. I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would there? I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh-and-blood human to cross over to the internal world. Indeed, you have to be dead to have any chance of getting there. Ah, just as I feared. There's little point in getting there without a life to savor it.
Although, doesn't mean there's a chance that Miss Somikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end. That, I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after that, after all. I see. I suppose we'll just have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaids she so admired in the afterlife. That would be all I can tell you there. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now? 1 second. Oh. Okay. Well, knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain. Here, the cursed stone. Thank you. Soto, could you take a look at it for me? Very well. I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi. Very well. Go ahead and ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. It originally belonged to you and yours, after all. Ah, I should have taken a closer look. Thank you. In that case, I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally, it certainly has been a long road to get here. Why are you still red? Still, you're certainly knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information from? Well, let's just say I have my sources. I suppose we can put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh? He hasn't realized yet. What do you mean? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Yumiko was formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame. Unlike her more serious compatriots, Hayase and Sobae, Nagame was free-spirited by nature and held a keen interest in both humans and their mortal world. She was even known to break the rules to sneak out and observe human society, something which often put her at odds with the other two mermaids and led to her being viewed as something of a maverick. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home, Sobae was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobae. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concept of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing for above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was any way she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For Mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans as they had so long to do. The two agonized over the decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the two chose to use the secret art so they could be together in the mortal world. Even when Nagame learned that the psychic Itensai Shiki only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities, having been born in the Edo period and already over 100 years old by that time, she loved him no less. Thus did Nagame the mermaid become Itensai Shiki's human wife Yomiko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumiko. Since then, Yumiko has enjoyed a fulfilling life with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai, bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife, to the extent that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being.
Following her rebirth as a human, Yumiko decided to pay a visit to Sobaya in the depths of Issa Bay to explain her decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobaya to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumiko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sobaya herself had since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare Minakuchi, one that similarly transcended their respective species, and understood her feelings, thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. However, Sobaya never showed herself to Yumiko again after that. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog, and he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumiko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remained an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such things as taking Soto Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the bureau and the work they did, to help out as one of its members.
That's crazy. He's a dog now? Okay. $5 he's a Shiba. Oh, bet. I mean, okay, the fact they were so heavily hinting at the fact that she is one of the mermaids. Okay, but them actually going, oh yeah, lol, by the way, Abi doesn't realize this, so we're just gonna drop the entire thing in in the files. Is funny as hell. They keep giving, like, I hope no one ignores the files, because otherwise you won't actually get all of the info. Review the backstory menu, yeah. But there's a lot of info here the entire time. You do need to read these. I'll tell you what you want to know about mermaids. In exchange, you hand over your curse stone. Do we have a deal? Oh, we do indeed. Yes. Okay. Let's move on to the topic of Cersei's curse stone, shall we? Oh, right. Here it is. One of the locals we ran into earlier was planning to use this curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it. Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where's this local now? We managed to subdue her after taking her curse stone. I don't think she'd wake up for a while, so could you get someone to come and take her away? Alright, we'll make the necessary arrangements later. So, who was this would-be mass murderer and what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikoko Tsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about mermaids, but we managed to fend her off and take it from her. That's right, she had hand mirrors and business cards marked with the symbol that serves as the target for the curse, and handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate it. A premeditated crime, in other words, and quite a thorough one, too. That was quite a dangerous position you were in. I mean, we did die once. I'll say, if we hadn't caught on to her intentions, I've no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had quite enough curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed, I'll be sure to remember that. Did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, I wasn't all that sure myself. Apparently, she was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon called Yamashina. It seems she's looking for a way to become immortal. What? A tycoon called Yamashina who wants to become immortal? Couldn't be. Oh, you know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her? Actually, it seems like that was someone else. As Kikoko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear, and a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it. Something like that, yeah. So there's someone else involved. It turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about too. We were pretty shocked. So the CEO was the original owner of the curse stone, was he? What is his name? He's a young man named Kippei Ikoma, although I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind when looking at him. What? Kipe Ikoma? It can't be. Huh? You know him too? No, perhaps they simply share a name. The Kipe Ikoma we know should have died 6 years ago. Huh? Died? What do you mean? Would you mind taking a look at this, Avi? A portrait sketch? And who might this be? The Kipe Ikoma, you know, wouldn't happen to look like this, would he? Kipe Ikoma? Oh, no, he doesn't look like this at all. Yeah, this isn't him. I see. Could you give us the curse stone you have, Cersei? Sure, here you go. Soto, would you mind taking a look at this one too? Of course. I think we just found out who all of the... or why in this one specific place there's a bunch of people murdered. Whoever the guy who's currently pretending his name is Kipi Koba, whoever that CEO is, keeps killing people to take over their identity to have a new name. Because he's been doing that for years now. I like Soto as well, he's cute. This is... the Curse of Tomoshige, and it has the power to cleave its target in two. Ma'am, this is it, the curse from the Toba case. I thought so. What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden? Right, I suppose we should explain. The name of the man in the sketches just showed you is Kipe Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills its victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within this cursed stone, the curse of Tomoshige. Huh? Wait, but wouldn't that mean... You're telling me that this Kipe Ikoma was killed 6 years ago by a curse wielded by Kipe Ikoma? In other words, the current Ikoma is an imposter. Yes, the expressions are super great. The Kipe Ikoma, you know, the company president, is a different man. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity. What? You're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma? I see, so that's how it is. In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipe Ikoma now? I can't say, but it seems like he's quite a dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take this core stone, I'd say. Yeah, at the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore. By the way, I believe you said that this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice. You love Avi, funny guy, he is! I like the characters in this one. Well, the characters that are not trying to kill us, I mean. If that's the case, and Yamashina had someone working for him who had a cursed stone, could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ida and see if you can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, he'll be able to detain Ikoma as well. Is something wrong? We kind of already told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish curse stone. He did help us out early after all, it only felt fair. I suppose we can assume that that information has reached Yamashina as well then. Oh, right. He also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. The still-tide mirror, I think. Still-tide mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll have to keep an eye out for any movement on his end. Ah yes, we were hoping you could do us a little favor, Cersei. It seems you don't have a Mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out? What do you think, Avi? Very well, permission granted. How kind of you. It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want you to find out Kipe Ikoma's current whereabouts, that's all. Oh, so just an ordinary chore then. We want to focus on getting the curse of the raging waves lifted as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something, and most importantly, you know what he looks like. We also detected from the Mia police to look into things there too, but one can never be too cautious. Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be very careful when dealing with him. I guess that means we'll have to go back to the mainland for now? We do have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail, I suppose. Okay then. I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there. It seems we will be helping you out with your work then. In that case, please consider putting in a word on my behalf. Alright, I'll see what I can do. We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, leave a message at the station, alright? Got it. Bye-bye. I suppose we should see about lifting the curse of the raging waves then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ida first. We can find Wakamuda after that and see if we can get him to cooperate. Understood. Let's be on our way then. Oh, phew, I heard you two big revelations. Okay. Ah! Suddenly, finally, something with Sato. Point of contact. From Unkakudono to the Curse of the Raging Waves, Sato and Tsukasa run around the island searching for answers to the mountain of problems before them. Let's think back to what has happened. After calming down Tsukasa, who had the wrong idea after seeing me with Shotaro by the beach, I explained at the Kantakisho ruins that I was immortal and that Mr. Wakamuda was planning to hand me over to someone called Unkakudono. The husband being a dog info is making me go, what? Like, we know she's obsessed with her husband. We knew this the entire time, but what do you mean he gave up his own body? Like, for one, because I kept thinking, like, can she be the mermaid if we know that her husband is, like, a psychic? But then they were like, oh yeah, okay, he's already older than he looks. Okay, whatever, sure. I guess, but he's a dog now? He gave up his own body so she could have a human body, and now he's a dog? I want a game on that one. I want to know how the hell that's supposed to work. Like, huh? The two of us searched for a way to stop the curse of the raging waves. We also stopped by the Wakamuda home to apologize to Shotaro, but no one was there. After that, we met with Tsuyu, and I learned about who Manami Nekuchi truly was, as well as how the curse of the raging waves had been kept at bay by the bronze mirror she left behind. We also ran into Asami. He looked desperate, saying the Kamishimaro hand mirror that Kikuko had given me was dangerous, and he was going around collecting them. Ah! Tsukasa and I handed ours over to him too. Oh god, he needs to be careful though. Like, if he keeps them on his own person. Oh, well, I guess no. At this point, he's not in danger. They're not in danger anymore because we've actually gotten the curse stone. Then after that... But still, it's good that he's collecting them all. Can't find Mr. Wakamuda anywhere. We need to tell him about the bronze mirror as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh. It's those two. Oh yeah, they're the ones who were looking for the old man's place. Excuse me. Haha! Hey! If it isn't Sato, good timing. I've got something to discuss if you don't mind. Oh, alright, I actually have something to ask myself. Well, they're in the 80s, actually. It's not that more modern, but they're in the 80s. This is not that more modern than the other game. It's actually only like 1 year apart. Since when did you two get to know each other? Oh, right. We actually talked a bit after the last time we met. These two are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They're here to lift the curse of the raging waves. Wait, seriously? Since when does the police deal in curses? Ah! We're a special unit dedicated to things like this. I hope we can be of help. Okay, 1 second. Do we have... yes, we do have a bird sticker. Nice. Oh, number 20. But they're not... Unfortunately not... Oh.
Hello?
Sato, something wrong? Oh no, it's just that there's a Kamishimano keychain lying on the ground here. You're right. We just chucked the poor thing out here. I almost missed it. I'll rescue it. Ooh, keychain. Yay. I was about to say, like, they don't put two birds in the same scene aside from the one where you're diving. The hell? Well, hello. Mind if I start from my side then? Not at all. The good news is we figured out how to lift the curse of the raging waves. Really? You have? Seriously? That's huge. The bad news is that we need a few things to do it. We're in the middle of tracking them down. If that's the case, let us help you. Ah! Thank you for another time. Are we getting to the point where people start... working together? Ahaha! Yeah, what do we need? Well, the first is called the Still-Tide Mirror, a mirror used to hold back the curse of the raging waves.
I know it!
We know where that is. At least I think we do. You do? We just heard about it from Tsuyu Minakuchi. Let's hope it's still there. I see. 5 years ago, Mane Minakuchi tried to break the curse with that mirror, but failed. That explains why people blamed her for the Southern Sea disaster. If the mirror from back then is still there, then it is very likely to be the Still-Tide Mirror. Yes, that was what I wanted to talk to you about too. So, thank you. Sounds like the pieces are coming together.
Hell yeah!
What else? But there's still one more piece we need, a descendant of the Taishima people. Which likely means Mane Minakuchi's son, Yuzo Minakuchi, would be our best candidate. He's like... the only one who's still alive, yeah. Mane is dead. Her sister is dead. So, I guess it would have to be Yuzo. Yeah, that should work. Do you know where he is now? Not sure. We've been looking too, since we wanted to pass along what Tsuyu told us. Alright, we go search for him. Really? That would be a huge help. We'll go and secure the mirror. Time is tight. If we split up, we'll need a point of contact in case we can't find each other. Could one of you stay in one place and handle communications between us? Good plan. Could one of you take that on? Point of contact? It'd be best if it was... Tsukasa. I'll go look for Yuzo. Tsukasa, do you mind being the point of contact? Me? Sure, no problem. Let's see then. I'm right by the community hall on Chua Street. There's also a phone there we could use. Okay, we'll make contact there if anything happens. Thank you, that will be a big help. Alright then, we retrieve the bronze mirror first, then track down Yuzo Minakuchi and work on lifting the curse. Okay then, Sato, good luck. If you find Yuzo, please tell him everything that Tsuyu told us. I will. Leave it to me.
Oh, let's do it!
Okay.
Aha!
Oh. Claim. Into the sanctuary. Do you mean claim? Sato trusts Tsukasa with being the point of contact while she goes to search for Yuzo Minakuchi. After that, I met with Yuzo and told him what I'd heard from Tsuyu and Mrs. Shiki, that we needed him to come to the community hall to lift the curse of the raging waves. Oh! But after that I headed somewhere else, this time for my own purposes. What do you mean? Huh? Okay. What are we doing? Oh. There they are. Huh? What are we doing? Hold on, before I say anything, I should go over the plan in my head one more time. Okay. What is your plan? That's... what? Okay, let's think about what I need to do now. These two have a special box called the Tamatebaku. I need to get it from them no matter what. I have to find a way to convince them to hand it over. This is the only chance I'm going to get. I'll share what I know bit by bit to hook their interest and negotiate from there. Really not sure I can pull this off, but... I have to try. Oh! Okay. Hi. Excuse me. You rang? Yes, could I speak with you for a moment? Permission granted. Oh, thank you. Don't mind him, he always gets a little carried away. Right. So you're Avi, an author, and Cersei is your guide. Indeed, great to meet you, Sato. I've actually heard talk about you around the island. Oh, really? It would seem we've become quite famous in these parts.
I'd say I'm more on the infamous side, but sure. Now that I think about it, it's my first time meeting someone from overseas. They do feel different somehow, but I can't quite put it into words. I mean, he's just a tall man. I heard you were searching for a mermaid. Is that true?
Oh, tell me, young lady, do you perchance know of a mermaid? Because if so, you must tell.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know anything about any specific mermaid. Please don't look so disappointed. I feel bad now. You see, I'm rather interested in mermaids, so I was hoping I could ask you a little more about them. No, you look both disappointed and annoyed. Did I say something wrong? Well, the last person who asked the same thing nearly cursed us to death.
What? Indeed, the people on this island are nothing but trouble. I've had enough of it. You're the same, aren't you? You're just after immortality like everyone else. Admit it.
Well,
no.
I need to steer the conversation towards the Tamatypical. What should I say?
She's already immortal.
No, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, then why are you after a mermaid?
Well, I want to thank one. You see, I want to find a mermaid because I need to thank them.
Oh, fascinating. Don't tell me. You were once saved by one in the past.
No, not quite.
Then what do you need to thank one for?
I'm sorry I made that up. I just want to find and meet one, that's all.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, so that's the only reason.
So do mermaids really exist?
As it happens, 400 years ago, there was an island near here called Taishima. There are legends that tell of 3 mermaids who lived there, Hayase, Soba, and Nagame.
Oh, so there were 3.
But sadly, even after all our painstaking research, we confirmed that meeting any of the 3 is now hopeless.
What? No way.
So my advice on meeting mermaids is this, and this alone. It's time to give up. Unless you happen to know things we don't, of course.
Thank you for the follow-up. Come in.
That's a great username.
Oh, I see.
You see, that's why we decided to give up on the Isabei mermaids. Take in the sights of Kamishima and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all the time in the world to begin the search anew.
Oh, so it really is that hopeless.
Plus, we can't linger on this island much longer anyway. Circe's condition and duties are also starting to be an issue, you see, so we must be taking our leave here.
Oh, hold on.
They left. Damn, that was no good. Okay, absolutely failed at getting the Tamatypical. Unfortunate, but it's not the only way to get through this.
I wonder what you're supposed to say, though. I do want to see, though, what happens if we can get it. Let's try restarting it. Except I don't remember what button the skipping was on. Okay. Let's try this again. This is the only chance I'll have, except that you can restart this as many times as you want. Ha ha ha.
Okay. Admit it.
Yes, I must become immortal. Everything depends on it. If you know anything, I sincerely ask you to tell me.
Ah, there it is, your true colors. I knew it. You think I'd just hand over the Tamateboko I struggled so hard to obtain? Aha!
Please, I need it.
Please, I need it no matter what. Oh, look at the fire in those eyes. Looks like there's more to this. Very well, tell me your tale. If it rouses my spirit as an author, then I might just be persuaded to hand the books over.
Really? Alright, let me explain.
I think the only way she's gonna get it if she actually tells him the full truth.
I'll tell you, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone else about this.
Of course, I swear it. My lips are sealed tighter than a well-corked bottle. Is that supposed to be reassuring? Don't worry, we won't go breaking any promises.
Alright then, where do I even start? The truth is, I'm what is known as an 800-year immortal. I'm already immortal.
Huh? I see.
What?
Is all that true?
Wait, are you trying to say that you are that Osato from Kusawa? The real one? Yes, that's probably me.
Oh, so that's why you're doing all this?
Wait, no way, are you being serious? Yes, completely serious, which is why I need that Tamatebako no matter what.
You realize what you're saying is crazy, right? Anyone else would be dead against it.
Please, all I need is that Tamatebako. Avi, what do you think?
Are you sure you're alright with this? I can hardly call it sane.
Yes, this is what I want more than anything.
Very well. In that case. Amazing. Such stunning spirit. I'll be happy to support her resolve even if I stand alone. This must be the reason I found the Tamatebako in the first place. Here, take it.
Aha! Thank you so much.
Now that we know the situation, it only makes sense for you to have it. You should have just said so sooner. That said, I would also like to know how things turn out, so be sure to let us know, okay?
Of course, I won't forget this kindness as long as I live.
Think nothing of it. As long as she lives, says the 800-year-old at the end of her fucking lifespan. But it does mean that I should apologize to you, Cersei, after all the trouble we went through to get it.
Well, you seem enthused enough by this turn of events. If you're happy with your choice, I don't mind.
Also, as I'm sure you already know, you still need Mermaid Flash.
I know. I'll figure something out.
Oh, so you do have a lead on a mermaid. I'm intrigued, but I'll leave it at that for now. One more thing. Carrying that Tamatebako may draw some unsavory types. Be careful.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
For as long as I live, 2 days.
Well, we're heading back to the mainland to look for them anyway.
Ah, yes. After sightseeing on Kamishima, we were supposed to return post-haste.
I see. Well, thank you, and good luck.
Oh, yes. Yes. The box is mine.
What do I do with it now?
Hello? Is anyone home? Or am I kidding? I know no one is here. It's on a tall shelf, but its objects and keepsakes are neatly arranged on it. It also has something Tsuyu once showed me. Here it is. There's something about it, but I can't put my finger on what. It really is just as beautiful as ever. I shouldn't just take it, so let me put it back on the shelf where it belongs.
Okay. But is that not exactly what we're here for in the first place? Oh, bird. Aha! 3 more birds. 3 more birds. Is that not what you're supposed to do?
It is the Minakuchi family's altar. There are memorial tablets for Tsuyu's husband, her son Tosuke, and her daughter-in-law Mare here. I'm sure she never expected they all go before her. It must have been hard to deal with.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, what do you want me to do?
Calendar handed out by the local association. There's one at the Wakamunda's place too. This one's still showing last month though. There's a circle around the day that marks the day user came home. She must have really been looking forward to it. Oh. Strange fish scale that Mara left behind. There's something about it, but I can't put my finger on what. Really, it's just. How do I? I have the box. I assume I have to put it in the box. But how do I do that? Gonna carpets help the room feel less crammed. I was so impressed the first time I saw one. Modern design sure is smart. The inside is a bit messy. Tsuyu tends to does anything in here to get it out of the way. Hey. Ah! Yeah, that's not weird. That's not creepy at all. Still have that message you left me, you know. Wait, you do? But it must have dried up ages ago. The thoughts I wove into it should have faded too. Surely you can't hear the message anymore. Yep, I can't hear a word. But it doesn't matter, it's an important memento, and a part of you as well. It's enough for me to treasure it. Come on, you're going to make me blush. I was really happy when you shared this with me all that time ago. Well, you know. I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? Memories. Is there really no way to hear the message again after it's dried up? If you found a way to return it to the environment of the eternal world, it would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. Oh, you can do that? Using the Tamatibaku would probably do it. Oh, but I don't think a normal human would be able to hear the message anymore. Sorry. I guess it's impossible after all. Well, that's too bad. Ah, but if you were a spirit, you might be able to hear it by retracing the echo it left in your mind. Wait, wouldn't I have to be dead for that? That's a no-go then. What are we saying? And who is saying it? These memories. Could have belonged to a mermaid. What the hell? Okay. Yay? Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff on the ground. No, I just need to find it and put it in the Tamatebogo, right? Ah! Oh, there we go. Put it in the Tamatebogo. Ah! There we go. Maybe something will happen if I put this in the Tamatebogo. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yes, please. Okay, it's in. Nothing happened. Darn. Wait. Wait a little longer. Oh! You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. Oh, what? Hello, Mara, can you hear me? I tried to read my thoughts into the scale to leave you a message. I hope it reaches you. Listen, I came up with a secret signal for when you need to call me. From now on, if you don't use the signal, I won't respond, so be careful. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. That's the rule, don't forget it. It's a promise just between you and me. Her? And where am I going to do that? Miss Ma'am, you already returned to the eternal world, didn't you?
Still nothing. Okay, I mean, I have one idea. Let's see. I have a feel. I do have one idea. Let's see. We have one mermaid. I don't know how to call for her. Clicking on her is apparently oh my god! You know that signal, do you? Signal is extremely important to me. I won't allow just anyone to use it, least of all on some childish whim. So first I have to be sure, who are you? Oh! That's a great question. Technically... Should we? No. Yuza, maybe? Like, Yuza is the daughter, is the son. It's the son of Mare. And she made this promise with Mare. So Yuza is like the one person who technically should have known about this. Why does Sato know this in the first place? Yuza. Ah! So you do know. Allow me to welcome you, Yuza Minakuchi, or rather Yuza Minakuchi's severed consciousness. Oh god. I don't think I should be here. I am the mermaid called Sobae. Sobae. You passed through here 9 times now. I suppose it's not that strange you noticed me. Oh, did I start again 9 times, really? This is the place you humans call Yugo. Though I hear it is also called things like the Eternal World and the World Beyond. Feel free to call it what you like. Whatever the name, it's one of the many worlds that souls of the departed move on to after life. Well, I suppose that's not entirely accurate. The space we're in now serves more as its boundary than anything else. There's something I always thought to talk to you about. Something I had to talk to you about if we ever happened to meet. Though I never thought you'd come seek me out like this in the form you are now. But it seems you have your own reasons for doing so. You wish to speak with me, yes. What shall we talk about first? What do you mean by boundary? How to explain? This is a space that connects the 2 worlds you can travel between. The world the living Yuza Minakuchi inhabits, and the world that you, a separate portion of Yuza Minakuchi's consciousness, usually exists in. As a spirit, you will always pass through this space when traveling to the world of the living. Normally, something like this would be unthinkable, if not impossible. But it seems you have something of an exception. Okay, tell me about my mom! You're asking if Mari and I were friends. I'm only going to say this once. You might be Mari's son, but I won't stand for you intruding upon our relationship. The relationship Mari and I had can't be described by so simple a word as friends. This isn't the only world that souls of the dead journey to afterlife, you know. The number is immeasurable, there are worlds beyond counting. Mari's soul has gone somewhere far, far away. Even here in Ryugu, I won't be able to see her again, so don't ask me anymore. Leave me to my memories of her. Oh. Okay. Okay. What happened on the day of the disaster? Yes, of course you'd want to know about that. I do owe you an explanation of what happened back then. 5 years ago, on the day the calamity struck. Let's get this out of the way first. I was indeed the one who made you an 800-year immortal. Aha! But if you come here looking for a way to regain your humanity, I'm sorry, but that's no longer possible. Even as a mermaid, there's nothing I can do. You, or rather the Yuza Minakuchi of the mortal world, are now bound to live out the remaining 795 years of your life there, neither aging nor dying. Nothing can reverse this now. Now then, let me tell you what happened on that day 5 years ago and about the years leading up to it. Sobae!
After becoming unable to return to Ryugu, Sobaya had ceased to show herself on the surface, even before members of the Somikawa line. However, upon noticing that 400 years had passed since the sinking of Taishima, she cautiously attempted contact with the current generation's inheritor of the family duty, a woman by the name of Mare Somikawa. In the past, any human she encountered had either treated her as an object of worship or sought her flesh. Perhaps as a result, she immediately sensed something was different about Mare, who treated her in a friendly manner from the moment of the meeting and promised to do all she could to return her to Ryugu. There was no pretense in Mare's bearing, and her attitude when speaking to Sobaya was casual and light-hearted. Gradually, Sobaya began to open up to her. After some time, they agreed on a secret signal and began meeting surreptitiously, growing closer the more they learned about each other. A strange sense of trust came to blossom between them, one transcending the boundaries of their respective species. Mara had originally resolved to remain single and never sought a family of her own in order to devote herself entirely to her duty with Sobaya. However, Sobaya strongly opposed this, saying that Mara's life here would continue even when she was gone, so Mara should not desire herself a possible future with her own family. She had seen how happy one of her former compatriots had been upon finding love, and believed Mara deserved to know such joy as well if she wished to. Mara seemed unbothered at the thought, but said that she would consider it if someone suitable ended up coming along. However, the moment came sooner than expected. Upon moving to Kamishima, she met the love of her life, Tosuke Minakuchi. Sobaya was delighted for Mara and offered her heartfelt congratulations upon hearing of the marriage. While she did not understand the joy of having a family herself, she was gratified to see Mara so happy. It was Mara's constant wish to be able to introduce her beloved family to her dearest friend, but it was forbidden to reveal the existence of mermaids to anyone, even her husband and child. Eventually, the two reached a compromise. Sobaya said she would meet them when the time came for her to return to Ryugu, reasoning that there would be no harm in revealing herself for such a short space of time. This agreement became a cherished promise between them. Thus did the years continue to pass, Mara's son growing all the while until the day of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster arrived.
That's why she brought Yuza and her husband out there. Oh god, no.
In the days leading up to the disaster, a strange rumbling could be heard coming from the sea. Sobaya took this as a sign that the storm caused by the curse of the raging waves was approaching, and she and Mara mistakenly concluded that this meant that the seal on Ryugu's entrance would soon be lifted. Although the timing was earlier than expected, the two were overcome with excitement at the thought that Sobaya could finally fulfill her long-held dream of returning home, and couldn't bring themselves to doubt the signs. They put together a plan. Even if the storm were to come while they were out at sea, Mara could use the bronze mirror to suppress it, allowing Sobaya to pass through the entrance to Ryugu alone. Resolved that this was where they would part ways, the two spent that final night together, talking until the sun rose. On the day the plan would be put into action, Mara took Tosuke and Yuza out into the bay on a boat to introduce them to Sobaya as promised. Although pained by having to part with Sobaya, she was buoyed by the thought that she would now be able to devote herself fully to her motherhood and to a family that had always protected her without reservation. Sobaya, meanwhile, was secretly training them from the seabed. Disliking the sound of propellers, she was unable to get close to the boat as it was moving. The storm that suddenly broke out around them far exceeded all expectations. Even the bronze mirror was not enough to calm it, and the sea churned and roiled around them as if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath. A small fishing boat carrying the Minakuchi family began to take on water, and it was not long before it started to sink. Sobaya immediately rushed to their aid, reaching them just as they had fitted Yuza with a life buoy and gotten him off the boat. The couple still clung desperately to the sinking boat as it was tossed about by the waves. Of course. Oh my god. Unfortunate timing. Upon seeing Sobaya, Tosuke's reaction was surprisingly composed. Whether already resolved to meet his fate or just mellow by nature, his first response after Mara introduced her was to greet her cheerfully, thanking her for keeping Mara company and expressing surprise that Mara's faraway friend had turned out to not be human. Sobaya, however, had no time for pleasantries. Consumed only by the thought of getting them to safety, she tried to carry them all from the boat, but even a single person proved to be almost too much for her. Naturally, she also lacked the strength needed to tow the boat out of danger. Even her nature as a mermaid wasn't enough to allow her to save someone precious to her when it mattered most. Filled with distress at her own powerlessness, Sobaya was overcome by a sense of despair. Frantic, she tried to take only Mara with her in a bid to escape the sinking boat, but Mara rebuffed her attempt. She had no intention of being the only one saved. Instead, she and Tosuke pleaded for Sobaya to help Yuza, saying that his survival meant more to them than anything else. Sobaya could not understand. She refused to. She prepared herself to bid farewell to Mara, but parting like this was too painful for her to bear. Mara, for her part, continued apologizing to Sobaya despite the looming threat of her own death, concerned for her friend's safety, and feeling deep regret at being unable to see Sobaya back home. It was more than Sobaya could stand. At that moment, Sobaya's innermost feelings came into sharp relief. Part of her, deep down, resented Yuza and Tosuke with all her being. She was happy as long as she had Mara, but Mara had her family to love as well. And yet, it was Sobaya herself who had wished for Mara to find happiness by starting a family of her own. Overwhelmed by unfamiliar emotions of conflict and self-loathing, she found herself unable to think clearly. Smiling as she clung to the sinking boat, half submerged in seawater, Mare thanked Sobaya for her friendship and told her that the days they had spent together had been some of her happiest. Sobaya was devastated. Every part of her rejected the entire situation. She didn't want to hear Mare bid farewell to her like this. She didn't want to part with Mare at all. She wanted to grab hold of her friend and carry her away to safety, by force if necessary. Even returning home to the Yugu no longer mattered to her as much as this, but she couldn't ignore Mare's plea for her to save her son. Wrenching herself away from the sinking boat, Sobaya headed to rescue Yuza, all the while resenting the boy for the tremendous love that Mare bore him. When she found Yuza, he had been caught up in a whirlpool and was barely clinging to life. Sobaya caught herself feeling almost satisfied at the sight, thinking that it served him right. If it hadn't been for Yuza, she could have saved Mare. But Mare's plea for her to save Yuza, that her only wish was for him to survive, echoed in Sobaya's mind. The next moment she dragged the dying Yuza out of the whirlpool and, pulling a piece of her own tail, forcibly fed it to him. Whether the emotions driving at this point were a desire to fulfill Mare's wish or hatred towards Yuza, even Sobaya herself couldn't say. After carrying Yuza out of the reach of the storm, Sobaya immediately went to rescue Mare. She finally found her after 3 long days of searching, but her efforts had been in vain. Mare's body was already cold. Once someone had died, it was beyond even a mermaid's power to bring them back. Sobaya clung to Mare's body and wept. Never again would she hear Mare's voice calling her name. She laid Mare's body to rest on the seabed, and, hiding herself beside it, spent her days mourning, lost in the depths of despair. Several years later, the entrance to the Yugo was unsealed. Sobaya, now with no remaining attachments to the mortal world, made her return home by herself. Before doing so, she met with Mare's sister, thinking to reclaim the mermaid's relic from her. However, put off by the woman's blatant avarice, she found herself unable to muster any interest in her, and ultimately returned without reclaiming the relic, despite knowing full well the misfortune it could bring.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, okay, unfamiliar emotions she couldn't place, but I would just say, yeah, she was in love with Mare. Jesus Christ. Looking back now, what I did to you was wrong. It was an extreme situation, yes, but I must have been mad to even consider it. Every time I remember, I wonder what on earth I was thinking. How could I have done something so cruel to the son Mare loved so much? Even though nothing that happened was your fault. I don't expect you to forgive me, but let me at least say this. I'm sorry.
Also, her eyes are giant.
I would do anything within my power to erase your burden. Oh, something you can do. What? You want a piece of my flesh, but why? I suppose it's not impossible. You could bring it back to the mortal world using the relic I left there. Normally this would be forbidden, but I suppose I was the cause of all this. Maybe it counts as an attempt at making amends, if nothing else. There, it's done. I'll send it to the other side. You'll be able to take it from the box there. Oh! The Murray flesh has been transferred to the Tamatepaku. The current holder of the box may claim it as their own from the evening of August 7. Seems you've done everything you came to do. Then this is where we part ways. Know that I won't respond anymore, even if you call to me with that signal. Having a means of calling me was prohibited in the first place. Live and be happy, Yuza, for Mare's sake, for all the years she never got to see. Be sure to tell him that when you return to him in the mortal world.
That's crazy.
That's so cool. I mean, I was already like, okay, making this part here, like, part of the kind of portal thing, okay, but actually making her an interactable thing. Oh my god, okay. Yay. Well done. Open it, I guess. Seems like nothing's changed. Oh? Did I do it wrong? Scale didn't do anything.
Blah 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 blah.
Maybe because I was still in the chapter, it didn't work. Oh god, I have to do the entire thing again. Oh my god. We know how to get it now, I guess.
Hi. I need that box from you, please. Thank you. Blah 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 blah.
Do you mind? I hate when we have to redo stuff like this because it takes such a long time. Up. Click 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 click. Admit. Please, I need it. And tell the truth. Their faces are so good. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed. Thank you. Okay, and now again. Well, this is evening. I guess. Not gonna be anything in there if it's not the evening yet. Oh. Am I okay? Am I just done with the chapter? Okay. Let's try this one. So taking steps to distract Kikuko from her plot to unleash a curse that will cause a mass murder on Kamishima, user asked Asami to retrieve the head mirrors Kikuko distributed across the land. Shortly after, user summoned for an audience with Yumiko Shiki. Okay. Where? There you are, you're Yuza Minakuchi, correct? Yes, that's me. I was told to come here, so here I am. Were you sent here too, Asami? Oh, me? Nah, I was just passing by when I heard about what was going on, so I decided to wait here for you. Thanks, Asami. So as I understand it, you're the two brave police officers who were sent out here from Tokyo. To deal with the curse of the raging waves? Brave? I wouldn't go that far. My name is... My name is Yumiko Shiki and this is Sodo Kiryu. Pleased to meet you. Am I mistaken or did the two of you visit Kamishima yesterday as well? It almost seemed as if you ran away at the sight of me. Did I do something to scare you off? Dear me, you noticed us, did you? My apologies. I will explain everything shortly. But before I forget, that fellow over there has business with you as well, user. Huh? Mr. Wakamura. He was fairly suspicious of us at first, but it seems we have finally earned his trust. He's kindly agreed to assist us in putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Wait, really? Really? But tell me, is it true you're already familiar with this curse? That's what your friend here told us. Yeah, more or less. Good, then it seems we're all up to speed. Are we? I don't like this dude. Any more birds? No? Oh. Are you a bird? No, you're just a weird shadow. Okay. To be frank, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you as soon as possible. But I understand you must have questions, so we'll come back to that later. For now, ask me whatever you'd like. Oh, yay! I have nothing further to add. I imagine this isn't easy for you, but I appreciate your cooperation. Okay. We're starting off with you then. So you found out about the curse of the raging waves then, eh, boy? Yeah, to an extent anyway. I always figured your mother was behind it and that she was descended from the raiders, but...
Really? That's why you blamed my mom for the disaster? Well, you had it all wrong. Turns out she's a descendant of the Taishima Islanders, the victims.
Seems you know more than you're letting on.
Oh, no, that's just what Gran said.
So you knew about this too, eh? Suppose I should have known. See here, your mother tried to end the curse 5 years ago and failed, didn't she? If that's what brought on the disaster, I wasn't so far off after all, was I? But be that as it may, I still owe you an apology for pinning the curse on your mother all this time. Especially seeing as she was the one who found the bronze mirror and held the curse back for us. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
That's nice to hear.
Good on you, Mr. Wakamuno. At least you can admit when you've made a mistake. When your own instructor comes along and tells you to change your views, what choice do you have?
Instructor? Are you talking about that sorcerer friend of yours?
That's right. We discovered the sorcerer's identity. From there, it wasn't too difficult to reach an understanding. That's how we earned his fellow's cooperation as well. Seems I misjudged you. If my instructor says you're the real deal, then I reckon you must be. Okay. But just to be sure now, you do have a way to end this curse of the raging waves, yes? I can trust you on that.
Yes, there are still a few points we need to confirm, but it is guaranteed to work.
If that's true, then I suppose I won't be needing Unkakodono's help anymore.
Unkakodono? You mean to say that Yamashina has known of a way to break the curse all along?
Well, you know about Unkakodono too, eh? As a matter of fact, just yesterday he told me out of the blue he'd found a way to end it. Said he'd tell me what it was on the condition I brought him Satoshi Danami.
Information he got from Mikoma, I have no doubt, and he asked for the girl, I see.
And you were prepared to hand her over? Isn't she a relative of yours? So what if I was? That's got nothing to do with you.
If you say so. In any case, the information Yamashina had for you must be the same as we have to share. There is no longer any need for you to betray your own kin.
I'll hold you to that. No one's getting their grubby hands on Sato, Jesus Christ. All the same, I'm not sure.
Is something else troubling you?
According to you, when Mane Minakuchi failed to break the curse, it brought on the disaster 5 years ago, but is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
Well, if that silted mirror worked as it should, there wouldn't have been no disaster, would there? That only leaves one possibility, don't it? That the Raging Waves curse bearer was stirring up trouble.
By curse bearer, I assume you mean a descendant of the raiders of Taishima.
Exactly. If someone of that lineage got anywhere near the Southern Sea, the wrath of the Taishima would churn up those waters into a maelstrom. Anyhow, my instructor swears that's the true cause of the disaster 5 years ago, and I'm inclined to agree.
So that's your theory, is it? Now I understand why you suspect Mane Minakuchi's heritage.
Though I gather this instructor of yours never actually accused her of being the curse bearer. True. Never was sure on that point. Said we couldn't be certain, given how it'd been 5 years and all. But all things considered, who could blame me for being suspicious of her? No one knew where she came from.
I don't wish to doubt you, instructor, but I'm not sure how much water this theory holds. Yet we cannot rule it out entirely, given what we know of this sorcerer's powers.
So you're skeptical, eh? Not as if you have a bad idea, though, is it?
While you do have a point, the issue remains. If Mada wasn't the curse bearer, who else could it have been?
Well, can't say I figured that out yet, but...
Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say.
Yes?
Assuming my mom wasn't the Raging Waves curse bearer, I have a theory. See, I've read over the reports of the incident again and again, and there's something I noticed.
Oh?
And what might that be?
Well...
Ooh.
More stuff that I'm not completely sure about anymore. I don't know.
See?
No. What? Ah, okay. You do just get to retry if you do it wrong. Well, I don't know. My brain is... Not a suspect? Oh my god. Okay. The work of a curse? A mermaid caused it! That's so... Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. How many theories have come up with now? 4? Yes! Listen, I'll keep doing it until I get it. I don't remember who was on what boat, though. This sounds right now. I remember reading that the identity of one of the passengers aboard the Umeimaru was unknown. They comment on a lot of things. Apparently there's also a thing about how long you stare at Sato before, like, turning around or something, if you do it for long enough. A bunch of this game is, like, counting things. It's so good. Couldn't they have been the curse bearer? Interesting. Well, Mr. Wakamoto, what do you know of this mysterious individual? The Omeimaru? That was Yukichi Nishikawa's boat. The phone scene, yes, yes! As I recall, according to the departure declaration, the Omeimaru had taken someone on board, someone in business on the mainland who had research to do. But as no name was given, no one had a clue who they were. Oh? Oh, excuse me. Ugh. I thought the point of these declarations was to keep a record in case of an accident. Sounds to me like someone was careless. Can't deny that. Oh my god. So this passenger was never identified? No, but mind you, eyewitness reports say that when the Omeimaru set sail that day, the captain was alone on board. So maybe he picked them up from the mainland, or maybe they never boarded to begin with. Who's to say? But do you think it's possible this person could have been the curse bearer? Could be, if it wasn't Maru. It'd make for a hell of a coincidence, though. Unfortunately, since this Nishikawa fellow isn't around, there's no way to find out. Damn it! What else? Well, I've already apologized, so I can't say that much concerns me anymore. All I care about now is putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Fuck you, my guy. Okay. Next. Okay. Reminds me, any luck with those hand mirrors, Asami? No worries there, I got them all back. Every last one? You must be the fastest mirror collector in Japan. I knew I could count on you. Thanks, Asami. Oh? Are you talking about the mirrors Kikoku Tsutsui was handing out earlier? Huh? How'd you know? I, realized they were dangerous, so I had Asami collect them all. Really? Does that mean you figured out they were the targets of a curse? Wait, you knew about that? So it was true. What's the deal with these things anyway? Well... I see. So these curse stones can be used to kill people instantly. But since Kikoku's curse stone was confiscated, the danger's past. Oh, what a relief. What I want to know is how you found out that Kikoku intended to use those hand mirrors as the targets of a curse to begin with. About that. I'm not sure you believe me, but... I had a vision! What? You encountered a Tomokazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision? That's the long and short of it. Any idea what it means? Paranormal encounters are your area of expertise, after all. I've known instances of phenomena capable of instilling memories, however, your experience does not seem to fit with any of them. I wonder why the thing looked like you. That's the strangest part of my book. Hold up. You don't think this Tomokazuki could be a kind of curse, do you? It is true that some curses are accompanied by phantoms known as curse echoes. Yet, as the apparition user encountered warned him of impending danger, it seems unlikely to have been the product of a harmful curse. That being said, I'm afraid I cannot begin to guess its true nature. Where shall we begin? Breaking the curse! 400 years ago, an Onmyoji sealed the entrance to Ryugu in an attempt to contain the curse of the raging waves.
and left behind instructions as to how the curse could be broken after 400 years had elapsed. There are 3 steps that must be followed. Just 3, huh? Just! First, thou must unbind my seer risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-thread mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. That should be the wording if I remember correctly. Let's consider each of the steps in turn. First, as to the iron box, that refers to the container in which these instructions were kept. It surfaced when the entrance to the Ryugu was unsealed. It stands to reason that the seal mentioned in the first step must also have appeared somewhere. What is a seal, anyway? It's the Onmyoji's own symbol, the same symbol used to seal the entrance to the Ryugu. This is what it looks like. I expect we find a mark identical to the one on this map somewhere on the sea floor. The marked location is likely the sanctuary mentioned in the second step. It should be in the vicinity of Gamashima. Oh, actually, something tells me there's a pretty good chance the seal has already been taken care of. Yeah! Remember that thing when I was like, oh yeah, I played off-screen, I played around in the diving game, and there was this one thing on a wall somewhere, and, you know, I picked at it, but nothing happened. I was like, yeah, it's probably gonna be important sometime later in the game. I guess that's that. Huh? Yeah! Yeah! And I would argue I'm not the only one who's accidentally managed to get this. Because at least one friend who also played the game was like, oh yeah, I also clicked at this thing and nothing happened. And I was like, yeah, me too. I'm imagining it sometime later. It's going to be important. And I bet every other person who also played the diving game for a little while longer got this. They should have maybe made it so it can only like show up after you get to this scene that you have to do it again, but they made it so immediately after you leave like the diving for the first time and continue the game that it shows up. I guess. Well, I'm not complaining. I don't know what came over me, but I just went ahead and yanked the chains off. You what? Seriously, Yuza? I felt pretty guilty about it at the time, but I'm sure it was the same mark, so that means we've already completed the first step, right? If anything, you could say unbinding the sea was what all my diving training was for. That's one way of looking at it. In any case, all's well that ends well. Good work, Yuza. Moving right along. The second step centers around the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice. It's got to be the mirror Manu Minakuchi found, which we have just retrieved from the shrine in the bay. From what I heard, the mirror is what's been holding the curse in check all these years. That's right, and now it must be offered to the sanctuary. The former site of the Taishima sanctuary should lie in that area. Perhaps that is the location we seek. In that case, I reckon the hole where I encountered the Tomokaze key is the most likely spot. After all, it only appeared a few months back. I can't think of anywhere else it could be. That does seem likely. The only problem is there's no way through. Huh? How's that? Well, there's a powerful current in there. Go in too far and it'll drag you down to the depths in an instant. That does not strike me as a natural phenomenon. It is possible the sanctuary lies within. And perhaps one must have the still-tide mirror in hand to pass through safely. That makes sense. Then it seems the way forward is clear, as far as the first 2 steps are concerned. Right, that just leaves the third. The final instruction stipulates that a descendant of the Taishima Islanders must carry out these tasks, meaning you, Yuza. So that's why I was called here, huh? Well, I've already undone the Onmyoji seal, so all that's left is to take the still-tide mirror through that hole and offer it to the sanctuary. We're counting on you, Yuza. If you pull this off, the curse of the raging waves should be broken for good. What's up to it then? I'll take you in the boat. Thanks, Asami. Sounds like this is a job for the patron saint of diving. Okay. The patron saint? Who are you talking about? Don't worry about it. It's a private joke. Wait, so do we... Okay. Sure. Well, I do hope you're taking this seriously, Yuza. The fate of this curse rests with you. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Breaking curses is what living legends like me will wait for. Is that so? Glad to hear it. Okay. But before you go, I have one last question to ask you, Yuza. Oh?
Then what would that be?
Are you an 800-year-old immortal?
Well, how should I put this? It's a delicate subject. Mind if I have a private word? Huh? So, what do you want to talk about? Just so we're clear, if you're looking to grow pearls, I don't know anything about that. That would require delicate handling, but that's not what I meant. Yuza, when you got caught in that disaster 5 years ago, did you by chance encounter a mermaid? Huh? I mean, we already know. Yeah. I don't think we should lie here. I did, but how do you know about that? Good of you to tell the truth. That makes us easier. As for how I know, that would be because it's the only possible explanation. Meaning? Come now, Yuza. A mermaid has cursed you with immortality. You're an 800-year immortal. What? You can hide the truth from me. These eyes don't lie. I assume it occurred during the disaster 5 years ago. You must have nearly died. But then you were revived by a mermaid and made immortal. Surely you must have realized this by now. Yeah. You got me. I'm an immortal boy with an undying body. Why did this happen to you, I wonder? I wish I knew. If you can tell me more about it, would you mind filling me in? Suppose that's only fair. What would you like to know? I was wondering, does me being immortal have anything to do with my mom? I mean, is there any chance she could have been a mermaid? None whatsoever. Aw. In all likelihood, you received your immortality from the mermaid Sobae. You see, Madame Minakuchi was a descendant of the clan that was tasked with escorting Sobae back to Ryugu. That much I'm certain of. Is that why she tried to break the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago? I can only assume so. However, the seal over the entrance to Ryugu had yet to break. Things didn't go as planned. Does this mean Sobae could still be nearby? Maybe she's living in the sea around Kamishima. I'm afraid there's little chance of that. See, when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed 3 months ago, Sobae would have been able to return home. Oh, well, I guess that means Mom's duty was fulfilled in the end. That's something, at least. Do you know of any way I could meet this mermaid? You don't give up that easily, huh? Are you another mermaid fan? Another fan? Those foreigners who visited the island recently were also very keen on meeting a mermaid. Oh, you mean that author and his young guide? Sure do. You've spoken with them, I take it. Actually, no. I never met them. But I saw them when I had that vision. Is that so? Well, all I can tell you is the same thing I told them. Meeting a mermaid is no longer possible. Does that mean there's no way to visit Ryugu either? The thing is, Ryugu is pretty close to what's typically referred to as the afterlife. You might say it's a space between our world and the land of the dead. And there's no way to travel there? None at all? Well, I mean, we already did that, technically. Sorry, no, you just have to accept that. Okay. Earlier you said a mermaid cursed me. What exactly did you mean by that? Just what it sounds like. For 800 years you'll be incapable of aging or dying. What is that but a curse? Your very existence defies the laws of nature. You can hardly be termed human. You are now an anomalous being, something closer to a spirit. Though for that matter, I am in no position to talk. Huh? Still, I do feel sorry for you. What possessed her to curse you, a mere child? I should like to know. I always thought the mermaid saved my life. Was I wrong? Well, that depends on how you look at things. Personally, I wouldn't call what you did saving you at all. At the end of the day, she settled you with an existence worse than death. Is it that terrible? It's only been 5 years. The people around you probably think you're a late bloomer. But give it another decade or two and your static appearance will start to stand out. And should you ever meet with a would-be fatal accident in public, it's all over for you. If your mortal nature is exposed, you'll be bombarded with public scrutiny at best. At worst, you'll be captured and experimented on. Either way, from that moment on, you'll never be able to lead a normal life in human society again. Humans have always coveted immortality, countless dream of it even today. But the reality is, only the first few decades of your existence are bound to be enjoyable.
It's only going to get harder for you as time goes on. Humans were never meant to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan that long is unendurable. And speaking as a member of law enforcement, the existence of immortal beings must be kept hidden, or all sorts of problems can arise. Problems? Like what? Well, it's not easy to keep a lid on things these days, and it doesn't take much to incite a panic or start a war. Just last year, there was a ruckus over the right of resurrection, if you remember. See? It's just been 1 year since the Elder game. Suffice to say, whenever I track down an 800-year immortal, I can just leave them be. What are you saying? Are you going to arrest me? Ordinarily, I would. Protocol dictates that I capture any 800-year immortals I find and seal them in an underground vault. That's the fate I was thinking of when I mentioned that being immortal is an existence worse than death. Don't worry, I've got no intention of taking you anywhere just yet. You're a special case. The way I see it, you're essentially the victim here. Not to mention, I need your help breaking the curse of the raging waves. So it seems like we'll have to find a way to compromise. I don't know why, but you're looking for information about mermaids as well, right? Yes. For starters, mermaids aren't meant to interfere in the lives of mortals. Even their kind don't approve of that. Really? In fact, generally speaking, creating an 800-year mortal is flat out forbidden. Despite that, Sobaya made you immortal. In other words, this mermaid went out of her way to place a curse on you. I guess that settles it. Her intent wasn't to save me after all. Exactly. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me what made her go that far. But it turns out you're just as clueless as I am. Yep. Then all we know for sure is that something happened between Sobaya and your mother that day. And that led to you being made immortal. Whether that was simply to save your life or for some other reason, there's unfortunately no way of knowing. There's something else that's been bugging me. Can mermaids create 800-year immortals at will? As in, you don't really have to eat their flesh? Actually, you do. You can become immortal without ingesting a bit of mermaid flesh, even if it's a tiny piece. However, it's not as simple as cutting off a slice. Mermaid flesh withers away the moment it's severed and loses all its efficacy. In order for a mermaid to create an immortal of her own volition, she would have to allow a human to bite her directly. But that happened without the human's consent. I mean, I was barely conscious when I became an undead boy. I mean, an 800-year immortal. Like I said, even the tiniest piece, a mere scrap of the tail, would do the trick. You could move someone's jaw while they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible. Damn. Guess I was a lot more forceful than I was imagining. So, all you have to do is bite a living mermaid and you become immortal? Pretty much, though I assume a few mermaids would consent to that. So that's how it works. But if the flesh has been severed, ingesting it wouldn't extend your lifespan at all, huh? That's right. Ordinarily, anyway. Ordinarily? You mean there's an exception? If a mermaid's flesh is cut within the confines of Ryugu, it won't wither away, it just goes back. Huh. Ah, explains why the other guy saw only this withered old piece of flesh because it was kept in a normal box. Oh no. Well, I've got you here, I guess I might as well ask. Is there no way to reverse immortality? You wouldn't be the first 800-year mortal to seek that possibility. But unfortunately, the answer is no. The moment you become immortal, you lose your mortal form for good. I see. And is there no way for an 800-year mortal to die other than by waiting for their lifespan to end? No, it is simply impossible. That is what makes it a curse. Not that I want to experiment, but what would happen if, say, I threw my body into a furnace or a vat of acid? Oh, you would go through all of that pain. The instant it resulted in death, you would begin to reform, starting from the part of you with the largest remaining piece of your heart. Every other part of you would then vanish. No matter how beyond repair your body becomes, it will be healed when you resurrect. See. On the other hand, you won't be healed if your injuries aren't fatal, no matter how badly hurt you are. For example, taking the furnace scenario you mentioned, if your body remained in the furnace after you resurrected, you would burn to death again, then revive again, and so on, in an endless cycle. All while fully conscious. Shit, sounds like hell. My advice, be very careful not to fall into any bottomless pits. Right, I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever go near one. By the way, you mentioned I'd resurrect from the parts around my heart. Does that mean that if my head was cut off, only my body would regenerate? Well, yes, that should be the case.
But what would happen to my consciousness? My memories, my thoughts? All of that is stored in my brain, isn't it? That's a tough one. As I mentioned, every part of you except the one that resurrects will vanish. So it seems likely that everything inside your head, including your consciousness, would vanish too. That can happen? Does it mean my regenerated body would have an entirely new consciousness? Well, it seems 800-year mortals do sometimes have fuzzy memories after they resurrect. But I've never known anyone who tried what you are describing. It's possible your consciousness would be reinstated, carried over just as it was before. I mean, we've seen that happen. He did lose his head, and he did still retain memories. Of Aidsvin. I've not read that one. Though it's equally possible that it would be divided or become a new entity. There's no way to know unless you decide to test it out yourself. Divided, huh? Oh, is that what they mean? The like tiny part that was we were able to meet Soba and Ryugu and his body. Please execute me. I want a new human lifetime's worth of memories. I mean, yeah. Oh, interesting. Look, I wish I could make this easy on you, but there's nothing I can do. Yeah. Still, so long as you stay put on this island and keep a low profile, I'm prepared to leave you be. You've managed to keep your immortality a secret for 5 years now, after all. Thank you. I swear I'll do everything in my power to not get found out, so please don't arrest me. It's apparently horse to all of you Americans are mortal except they don't heal, just never die, so I complete my surviving explosion was found despite being burned, please. Yeah! I mean, that's the thing, right? She said it as well. It's like, oh, you can get hurt all you like, but if it doesn't result in death, it won't start healing you. But I'm curious, what were you intending to do if you found a way to meet Soba? Honestly, at first I just wanted to thank her for saving me, but after what you've told me, that's changed. How so? Well, now I'm more curious to hear about why she decided to make me an 800-year mortal, and about what happened with my mom that day. Can't say I blame you. And I understand where you're coming from, but it just can't be done. Even if I can't meet her, isn't there some way I could learn the truth? Well, you can't ask her directly or communicate with her in any way. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I don't think we should have been able to figure out what the hell we did earlier. But you know, I heard you have no memory of the incident 5 years ago. Is that true? Oh, well, yeah, the doctors reckon it's because of the shock. Even my memories of meeting a mermaid are really hazy. Then isn't it possible Soba had told you something that day? If so, the memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious. If I can find a way to remember it, but I wouldn't even know how to start, where would I find my memory of a mermaid? Ah. And that's where the weird... Yeah, the memory of your mermaid, and that's where the weird, if you load, part comes from. Where would you find a memory? It's loading. Oh, I like that they keep including the UI and everything in parts of how the game works. That's so good. There were lots of examples from movies. Ew. That's gruesome. I don't know. The only piece of advice I have for you is to think back. Delve into your memories and scour them from corner to corner. Ah. I see. Alright then, we better head back, or your friend will start to wonder what's happened to you. Right, thanks for answering my question. So good, I love this. I mean, I liked it in the first part where the thing was like, oh, if you just turn all of the sound off, this one curse can't get you, ha ha ha. And that's how you get further along in the story. That's so good. Come back, everything okay, user? Of course, if it wasn't, I'd have to make a dramatic entrance. Glad to see you, your usual oddball self. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Well, I dare say that covers everything we needed to discuss. It's time the two of you were on your way. The curse won't break itself. Go on, user. The future of Kamishima is waiting on you. Right, I'll do everything I can. Miyaguchi boy. User. If you end this curse, I'll see to it that the rumors about you go away and that you're hailed as a hero of Kamishima. So get it done. You hear that, user? This is a chance to clear your name for good. Sounds like a fair deal. You can count on me, Mr. Bakamuna. It's not even a fair deal. You never should have gotten all of those fucking rumors in the first place, but okay. Ready to roll, user? You got that bronze mirror with you? Yep, got it right here. Ready when you are. As the seal's already taken care of, all you've got to do is check out that hole you found last time, right? Yeah, this won't be a piece of cake. It's just there and back. I could do it in my sleep. Nothing wrong with being confident, but don't get cocky. You still gotta be careful down there. Good luck, user. I'll be waiting right here. Oh, me too. We're not gonna go for much longer. We're gonna do this, and I think I'm gonna end there because I assume there's actually much more left. Like, we keep thinking, okay, we now know how to get the curse. We technically know who is behind stuff, but we don't know exactly why. So, I don't think we're that far into it yet, so... Let's dive. God, I haven't done this in a hot minute. I don't remember how it works. There. Right, I did this with a mouse. It was easier with a mouse. Hello. Good. Looks like the powerful current has receded. Oh, it's definitely gonna be longer. Yeah. But let's clear this one out. I think that should be a good point to stop. I should be able to make it through now. Only one way to find out. Ooh. Do I have to press buttons or is this automatic? All of this feels too easy. Yeah. Oh, I have to do it? Oh, no. Ooh, that's so scary. Oh god, I don't like this. Ugh. I don't like this at all. Yeah. The tunnel here. Is this the right way? I mean, worst case, he fucking dies down here. And revives. There's an open space here, but it's pitch dark. Could this be the sanctuary? Good thing I brought my flashlight. Let's see. Oh. Okay, yeah, I guess. Yeah, let's turn the flashlight on. I can't fucking see anything. Oh! There, now I can see. And have a good look around. Deeper. Oh! What the fuck? A mockingbird! How'd it get down here? Maybe it's a kind of spirit being that appears in reaction to something. That's crazy. It is the number one. Okay. Deeper. Floor. Deeper. This way should take me further in. A stone archway over there. Could that be the entrance to the Yugu? Oh yeah, oh true. It looks like... I should take a closer look. Okay. Well, let's get in there. Please don't. Oh god. Huh? Stone archway? Stone archway? It could be the entrance to the Yugu. Nothing happens when I go near it. I guess humans really can't travel there after all. All I need to do to break the curse is leave the bronze mirror here, right? What if it... Ooga booga? Hi! What the hell was that? Hey. Wait a minute. Is that the mermaid Hayase? Not in the flesh, but what's it called? A curse echo. Like the imprint of a curse. Oh, what if this mermaid's echo indicates the presence of the curse? If so, now's my chance to offer up the still-clad mirror. Yes! Do it! curse of the raging waves, heed my call and trouble us no more. Ah. She showed up in the water as well, by the way. We didn't see that on stream because it only happened one time when I was doing all of the diving off stream, but nice. There you are, good work out there. We felt it the moment you pulled it off. Curse of the raging waves is gone for good, and it's all thanks to you. Indeed, a job well done. The cursed aura that once enveloped the island has faded without a trace. Really? Phew. We sure couldn't tell, but turns out it worked. You hear that, user? You did it. Yeah, now we can finally relax. Well, that is certainly one problem taken care of. Now my sister and I can focus on another issue that requires our attention. Already? Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate. Naturally, our convenience is of little concern to the paranormal. There you are, I've been looking all over for you. Huh? Oh hey, Tsukasa, what's up? Not you, I'm talking to Mrs. Shiki. There's a call for you over at the station, ma'am. A call? I suppose this must be a police matter. Understood, I'll head over there right away. You have to excuse us, but if there's anything else, feel free to contact me. I will, thanks for everything. Oh, this is not the last time we've seen each other. The spell, what happened with the curse? It's gone. Yuza ended it. Yay, nice one, Yuza. You know, I reckon I've got a knack for this. Maybe I'll go into the curse-breaking business. Hit me up if you need any other curses broken. I mean, to be fair, it's not done yet. We're not done. You never know. That might be a true calling. Maybe it suits you even better than being an armor diver. Come to think of it, we better let old man Wakamuda know how it all went down. Where'd you get off to anyway? Don't ask me. Maybe he went home? Probably. How about it, Yuza? Wanna go see him? Yeah, okay. Okay, I suppose we did make that deal. But I can't wait till after I had a chance to change clothes and take a breather. I'm beat. I can only imagine. Fair enough. I guess it's not like there's any hurry, huh? In the meantime, I'll go work on the boat. Let's meet up later, yeah? As for me, I'll check on Sat and see and fill them in. Later. Bye! Several hours later. By the way, Yuza, you haven't given up on finding that mermaid, have you? Any new leads? Sort of. Mrs. Shiki shared some information with me earlier when she pulled me aside. Really? Oh, I guess experts on the supernatural would know about mermaids too, huh? So what did she say? Did you find out what you have to do to meet one? Actually, it turns out that the mermaid who saved me isn't in this world anymore. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means she's gone back to Ryugu, to the world beyond. Apparently it's a place between this world and the world of the dead. Wait, really? Does it mean mermaids aren't from our world? Yes! Keep up! We've known this for like hours. I guess not. Well, sounds like you've hit a dead end. Don't say that. I think we can still do it. Hey, Mr. Bakamuna, you in? Come to tell you the good news. Yuza did it. He broke the curse, so you better keep up your end of the deal. He's dead. Maybe he didn't hear you? Hey, anybody home? I'm coming in. Huh, the door's already open. That's weird. Mr. Wakamuna? What the? Oh, yeah. I knew it. Mr. Wakamuna, don't tell me he's... I don't believe it. That wound... Did a curse cause it? Well, we ended the curse, didn't we? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Oh, what a great... Fun times, fun times. What a great way. No way, who would have thought? It's not over this easily? I never would have guessed. Ha ha ha. Oh, nice. Okay, but actually, that's good. That's good, because if all the happy-go-lucky, oh, you managed to save everything, yada yada yada, kept going for much longer, I would have kind of lost my mind. Like, no way. Absolutely no way. It is not easy. Still, I have a feeling. I have a feeling we should have continued up there before going to the Sato situation. But oh well. We managed to clear up a few things, and we all also now know how exactly he was turned into an 800-year immortal. So now to figure out why there's still people getting killed.
This game is so good. I like it. I like it. I'm having a lot of fun. Hell yeah.
Also, we went for quite a long time, my poor throat. We are gonna end here for now. I am hungry. I want some dinner. Thanks for the stream. No, thank you for coming by. Also, and thank you for the extra time. I'm gonna send you guys over to Spooky. Because I imagine Spooky's still going on for a little longer. Cannibalism can be so romantic, actually. It's funny. It's funny that the quote would say that. Because isn't it technically a kind of cannibalism with the mermaid flash the entire time? I don't know. But this was good. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. We'll obviously continue this game as soon as possible. I think, depending on how much time I put in for the next stream, we maybe would be able to finish it next time, or maybe 2 more streams.
We'll see. For now, thank you so much for coming by. Have a good night.
You aren't human anymore, so I don't know.
Good night. And bye-bye. Bye-bye.